Welcome to the Jamal Thomas Morning Show. My name is Jamal Thomas. This is indeed my show. I hope you guys are doing all right this morning, wherever you are on this globe. I hope your day, your morning, or whatever has gone fantastic. Look, I always tell you, I appreciate the fact that you're under this voice. You could be anywhere. And so the fact that you've chosen to be here, you have my deepest appreciation. We've just had a nothing burger. And that term is too diminutive to really get across the weight of the burger to which one second. Let me make sure I didn't screw something up. Oh, okay. I know, like, if there's an issue, it's like you have to work through that stuff. Oh, okay. Give me 1 second. Give me one more second. Speak to you tomorrow, the 19th. Oh, crap. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. Did I mess something up? I think I might have messed something up. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. And she said, won't be available today. I could do the 19th. Damn it, I did mess up. Oh, what time? Okay. I screwed up. I had a really good guess and I effed it up. We'll see. Hopefully she can come back on a little bit later this evening. Yes. So we had the meeting. It took place at the White House. Donald Trump, Zelensky, they came together after the Alaska summit with Trump and Vladimir Putin. Trump, in a complete about face, went from ceasefire, I need you to stop, into let's have a peace deal. Let's settle all of it. Let's just put it to bed. Let's have a permanent peace. Let's do that. Which is a complete 180 from his previous position on this particular issue. Europe had a collective SFIT, full-blown hysterics. And in the context of being full-blown hysterics, Donald Trump summoned his proxy, Zelensky, I need you at the White House. So, and you better be in a suit. In a bit of resistance, his own pushback, kind of like, the slave that gets your coffee but spits in it. He refused to wear a tie, but he did have a suit of sorts on when he came to the White House. Zelensky was concerned that he was going to be once again humiliated in the way that he was humiliated the last time he was here. And so he needed comfort animals, an emergency blanket. And in which case he bought a trail of buffoons, morons, and degenerates with him, almost like a parade of them. The European leaders who effectively came right along with Zelensky. Now, part of this has to do with this idea that Trump and Putin, in their negotiation, whatever they were negotiating, in a de facto sense, is negotiating a new security architecture of Europe without Europe. Without Europe. So all of these European powers that were masters of the universe, all of these places have now gotten to the point where they are sitting in front of Trump's desk with him effectively giving them the lecture on what he wants to accomplish. It's rather amazing when you think about it. This picture is iconic. This picture is iconic. Look at Meloni. I love Meloni. She's not the one who like all of these other people, politicians that she is too, but her emotions are on her sleeve. It's not like she even tries to hide it. It's almost like she has no F's to give. If she's uncomfortable, if she's unhappy, if she's bothered, if she's annoyed, all of that stuff completely shows, regardless of the camera that is on. Fantastic, right? My point is, all of these European leaders are effectively sitting in front of Donald Trump's desk as Donald Trump is telling them things that are terrifying them, that are stealing their souls in this case. Yep, I worked with Putin. We came up with an idea, and I'm telling you the idea, and I'm going to sit here and waste my time and listen to you talk to me about why you don't like my idea. And that's effectively what the meeting was. That's the meeting. It didn't seem like anything fundamentally changed. There's some news that was broke in the meeting. Part of it has to do with this idea of security guarantees. And another thing that we all need to kind of pay attention to is that they are talking to themselves. Once again, Europe and the US is fundamentally just talking to itself. I've heard nothing coming out of Russia. They've been very circumspect. They haven't said much of anything about any of this. So the only thing that you're effectively hearing is anonymous source said this. Trump said this, which doesn't really mean anything because Donald Trump said it. Habitual liars lie. So we don't really know exactly what this deal is, at least not that I'm aware of, or nothing that I've seen have shown what the deal is. And so we're still somewhat in the dark about what these guys are trying to accomplish. Now, Donald Trump did point out Ukraine is not going to be in NATO, to Zelensky's chagrin. I'm sitting there kind of taking it without entirely responding to it, at least not entirely. The security guarantees thing is news, and I would bet that's probably news to Moscow. And then there's a question of what does that even mean in the sense, because I have to be honest with you, if that is what they're coming up with, then Putin should continue the war, period. Any security guarantee that you get that involves NATO, or let's say European countries, it's just a de facto NATO, whether it's in Article 5 or whether it's something similar to Article 5, those things are effectively the same. If it's between that and you continuing the war, then you continue the war because the entire point of the war was to keep NATO out of Ukraine. I hope you get my point. Meaning, depending upon what they're talking about in regard to security guarantees, it doesn't behoove Putin to stop anything at all. In fact, if there is any trigger built into that would effectively create a larger war, there is no point in Putin stopping at all. How do you trust these countries? Do these countries, Germany, the UK, all of these countries, France, do they come across as honest to you? In their appraisal of what has been taking place, have they come across as honest? And if they haven't come across as honest, how do you trust that there's not a provocation or something that elicits a conflict that effectively starts a third world war in the same way that NATO would start a third world war? So depending upon what these guys are talking about, depending upon what the agreement is, all of this stuff is effectively up in the air. The point I'm making is, A, they're talking to themselves. B, the things that they are saying are effectively an indication for Putin to keep going. Now, some of this stuff could just be a way for them to try to sabotage the deal, which is exactly what I think some of this is. But either way, it's interesting, but not necessarily anything that changes anything. We will see. As I said, Russia has been very quiet in regards to their thoughts, what the deal is, what they've agreed upon. It was funny that Trump, in the middle of the meeting, stopped, picked up the phone, and called Putin. That's a power move if you've ever seen it. I want to show another part to this. In fact, before I get to the other part, one of the other interesting aspects of this meeting is I had this conversation with Brian Billette yesterday, and I'll get to it at the end of the show. I want to bring in my guests. But this idea that a proxy doesn't have power, they do, depending upon what the primary country cares about. And if the primary country cares about not seemingly pushing its proxy into a peace deal, then the proxy, by definition, has some level of power. I'm going to go to my guests. We are joined with the man himself, Warwick Powell. Warwick Powell is an adjunct professor at Queensland University, professor of working at the intersection of China, digital technology, supply chains, financial flows, and global political economy and governance. Warwick, man, thank you for this. And again, I want to apologize to you for the weirdness in me. I was royally screwing up the schedule. Thank you for this. Thank you for joining me.
That's all good, Jamal. Happy to be with you.
Yeah, I'm just a man. I'm flawed. We might as well start at the big events that have taken place over the last few days. This is the Trump-Putin Alaska Summit.
Mm-hmm.
There have been various ideas on that. I have actually disagreed with Mark Sabotage on that one, which is not all that. I'm going out on a limb on that. And also, there was a meeting that took place here in D.C., which I don't think I'm going out on a limb saying that was a waste of Donald Trump's life and time talking to European leaders that ultimately don't matter and couldn't even negotiate a better trade deal for themselves. And yet they have ideas and things that they want. Give me your take on both. And we can step into one or the other depending upon whether or not you think either has any level of significance or anything was broken out of either location.
Well, let's start with do it in chronological order, shall we? Let's see how we go. The summit in Alaska happened because of realities on the ground on the battlefield. If the collective West was prevailing in this war, then I seriously doubt that there would have been any summit at all. So that's probably the base reality that we need to sort of come to grips with, that set the backdrop for there to have even been this particular meeting in the first place. The second thing that I think and perhaps the events over the last 3 or 4 days now tells us is that in fact the collective West nonetheless still continues to have a whole series of conflicting interests and priorities and perspectives, as well as assessments of where things are on the battlefield and what the end outcome they're trying to achieve looks like. It's important to not confuse the use of words like peace and agreement with what ultimately is a substantial security architecture that is being contemplated, if not concretely proposed. And, words like peace sound good, but if the security architecture that supposedly delivers that actually doesn't deliver genuine peace, but in effect only delivers a temporary cessation to hostilities without resolving the reasons why those hostilities exist, and really it's not really a peace to be crowing about. So one of the things that I find interesting, I guess, about the way that these sorts of events draw a lot of attention, and of course when people are in the business of discussing day-to-day events, they tend to have to be drawn to the particulars of the events themselves, whether carpets were rolled out, who shook whose hand strongest, the significance of the flyover of bombers, whether that was a demonstration of strength or whether it was a demonstration of respect, all those sorts of things, and the body language experts that get drawn out to talk about all of this. I try not to dive too much into any of that, and just try and understand where this is possibly all heading and why it's heading in that direction. And I think that we are quite some way off there being actually a genuine settlement to this conflict. And in large part, that's because whilst Russia has been consistent and is quite unified and clear in its objectives, and in effect is fighting this war as an extension of its political objectives with a clear set of outcomes in mind, the collective West doesn't have that clarity at all. And if you look at the stakeholders who are sort of fighting over all of this, trying to shape what the collective West position is, you've got, in Ukraine itself, you've got an administration that continues to, in effect, hold the line as far as, territorial integrity, et cetera, is concerned. It's caught in between hardline nationalists on the one hand, but at the same time, a growing proportion of the population that wants to see a negotiated outcome. So the latest Gallup poll showed 69% of Ukrainians wanted to see this, fight resolved through negotiations now. So Ukraine itself is divided as a nation in terms of how it wants to proceed. The Europe, broadly speaking, is divided into, I think, quite a number of very clear, distinct interests. So within Brussels itself, you've got the dominant group who bought into the autocracy versus democracy Kool-Aid stuff. They're hardline Russophobic players, and they've been strong advocates of fighting this war to the last Ukrainian. And some of them have actually been, and I mean people like the EU's foreign minister, in effect, their head of foreign affairs, talk openly about the objective of breaking Russia up. So you've got that on the one hand. You've got a couple of other powers inside Western Europe, namely Hungary and Slovakia, that have argued for a different approach. And then you've got populations who I think are increasingly getting very, very tired of the war and the consequences that's having on their economic welfare. So again, you've got very different interests at work inside the European body politic that make it very difficult for there to be a committed position, if you will, out of the European Union. We then move to the United States, and the United States is similarly divided. It's an incredibly divided nation in relation to its attitudes towards Russia and its attitudes towards the war. There are clearly sections, particularly inside the Beltway, who remain hardline anti-Russian warmongers who insist on fighting this war to the end and are threatening all sorts of things, including crushing the Russian economy, which is really Lindsay bloviating without any capacity to deliver. But nonetheless, it speaks to a very strong view that this war needs to be fought. It refuses to recognize that Russia has the upper hand on the battlefield. And then you've got all the way through to the MAGA base that wants to see an end to American commitments to these sorts of military adventures, so that the administration can commit resources and focus on what they believe to be the matters at hand, which is the domestic welfare of ordinary Americans. So the Western powers, the collective West, are incredibly divided. The president himself has clearly been vacillating over the course of the last 6 months, in large part because depending on what his briefings are, who he's talking to, what time of the day it is, and what the sort of circumstances of the day happen to be, he tends to take a stronger view one way or the other. And so it's going to be very hard still for there to be a resolution. I mean, what's the talk now? That there may be some discussions around territory, which I think are largely by the by. They're secondary issues that will get resolved in their own way. The real issue here goes to what the Russians call the root causes, which is the presence of NATO on Russia's western border. Now, if the talk of so-called security guarantees involves Western troops in Ukraine, well, you can forget about it. But this seems to be what they're talking about. And the last point I'll make, Jamal, in this rather lengthy answer is that if the US is actually genuinely serious about bringing real peace to Western Europe, it would do two things at a minimum. Firstly, it would cease the supply of arms and related support, not only in terms of aid, but refuse to sell the arms for the purposes of prosecuting this war. That's the first thing it would do. The second thing it would do is actually engage the Russians in a serious discussion about a pan-European security architecture that transcends the problems that have been caused by NATO continuing its existence after the end of the Cold War. Now, I'm not sure that the United States is actually up for either of those things. And because of that, I remain a little bit skeptical that this move to try to explore this question of peace ultimately is going to get anywhere, because the Russians themselves, I think, have been very clear as to what they seek to accomplish. They are in a position to continue doing this on the battlefields, and there is no reason why they won't continue doing this if their concerns are not satisfied around the table.
Agreed. People calling this peace, I think, are missing the point. I don't think this is peace at all. I think all things being equal, I agree with you that there's a context taking place on the battlefield where the Ukrainian military is weakening. And you could see it in the breakthroughs that have taken place. You could see it in the 400,000 people who have deserted, the 1.5 million or whatever that number is that have been killed, the push that has been taking place where they can't fill their gaps. I think somebody gave Trump an actual briefing, and Donald Trump says, hey, between this falling apart versus me taking a tactical withdrawal of the situation, effectively trying to get some kind of deal, whatever the deal is, I would take the deal. But as you point out, you're taking a deal while still saying, I'm going to sell weapons to Europe in order for Europe to take over the conflict. In fact, right here, they asked Donald Trump about security architecture and all of this other stuff. And Trump proudly bragged, like, look, I am selling Europe weapons. I'm not going to get involved. Right here, I'm going to give them good protection, but all things being equal, this is the whole division of labor thing, that the United States has other issues that it wants to deal with. It can't fight wars across the board anymore. And so now it's like, we need you to effectively deal with the Russians, and the Europeans don't seem to be on board for it.
But we will give.
This is Trump answering this question about, hey, what's going on in regards to the United States and Europe?
Can you explain the decision to offer Ukraine Article 5 like security guarantees, but stop short of pushing for their full membership?
Yeah, well, we haven't done anything on that yet. If you look back and you go back long before President Putin, it was always a statement that they would never allow Ukraine into NATO. So that was a statement that was made, but we haven't discussed any of that yet. We're going to be discussing it today, but we will give them very good protection, very good security. That's part of it. And the people that are waiting for us, I think they're very like-minded. They want to help out also.
Now, that is not exactly the video that I wanted, but it is close enough to the video. In the other one, he points out, look, we will give them really good security, but this is Europe's issue. This is not our issue anymore. This is not for us. So he points out, look, we will be dictating terms in Europe, even though we might not be involved. So I agree with you. I mean, what does that mean in terms? Please.
Well, the sad part about all of this is that, it does take two to tango, and the two principal belligerents here is the United States and Russia. It has been the case since 2008, when the United States has largely, exploiting relative weakness in Russia after the end of the Cold War, pursued a policy that many at the time actually warned would be disastrous. And it wasn't Russians who were warning that it would be disastrous. It was many in the American security establishment who could see that this would provoke Russia to a point where a military response would become in effect inevitable, and this is precisely where we've ended up. And so the United States has been leading this war from the rear for a long time. Ever since at least 2014, it has been assisting Ukraine's military to develop NATO-level competencies through the provision of training and ultimately through the provision of equipment. Trump himself bragged about being the first to provide Ukraine with offensive weapons by virtue of the Javelin. And so, this is an American war. America has had the luxury of fighting this war with other people's bodies by and large. But nonetheless, it is a war that has been led by the United States through NATO de facto, because there are no official NATO troops on the ground, and Ukraine and Ukrainians, taking the brunt of the damage. The war is being lost on the ground, but Ukraine's not the one losing the war. It's the collective West that's losing the war. It's just Ukrainian bodies which are piling up as evidence of the loss. And that is, of course, the great tragedy of all of this, given that this war, in theory, had many opportunities to be avoided. And there were certainly off-ramps even after the special military operation began. Now, I remember when Russia proposed draft agreements with NATO and a draft treaty with the United States in December 2021, that they were just dismissed out of hand. Now, they're not actually very long documents, but they go to the heart of the issues. And people would be well advised to go and read them again, because I think that to understand Russia's position, now bear in mind it does take two to tango. So whatever the discussions were in the White House in the last 24 hours and ultimately in Anchorage a few days earlier, without engagement with the Russians, an agreement from the Russians, this isn't going to go anywhere in any regard. The war on the ground will continue, and the only way to understand where Russia's coming from is to go back not only to the speech that Putin gave in June last year, where he articulated a whole range of conditions, which he's affirmed again are still Russia's positions, but you go back to how it sees the issues being addressed and resolved. And that's through those documents that it advanced back in December 2021. Those documents provide insights into the ways in which the Russian side thinks that this issue needs to be addressed. I'm not saying that this is the only way that these issues will be addressed or could be addressed, but unless you engage seriously with what the other side is putting on the table, you're never going to get close to moving the agenda forward if you're serious about not only putting an end to bloodshed for the time being, but reshaping the relationships that exist between these nations so that we minimize the risk of future bloodshed. The last point I'll make on this, Jamal, is that one must need to, I guess, wonder whether in fact there is a genuine desire to reshape the relationships, and I think that there are some long-standing historical problems that go back, a few hundred years, but which ultimately hold more holds Western Europe back today than it holds Russia back. For some time after particularly the Cold War ended, Russia did turn to the West again, as it had done a few hundred years ago, and saw its future as being tightly intertwined with Western Europe. Since about 2013, 2014, particularly after the Maidan events and the events in Georgia, Russia has increasingly turned eastwards again and has in effect turned its back on Western Europe. Now, this has created all sorts of challenges, but particularly now for Western Europe. Until Western Europe resolves the Russia question from Western Europe's point of view and deals with the reality that Russia is a geographic neighbor, it's not going anywhere, and talk of balkanizing Russia and splitting it into many parts is sheer fantasy, and dangerous fantasy at that. Unless Western European leaders actually confront these bigger issues, they run the risk, as they quite clearly have become, as nothing more than followers of the directions being set out of Washington and running around Washington, hoping that Washington won't militarily abandon them.
Yeah, it's like daddy don't leave. It's very strange. What do you think is in their minds? Because as you point out, it's obvious, it's clear as day that the military situation on the ground is diminishing. It seems to be clear that if Donald Trump had an advantage, in every other situation where Trump had an advantage, he pressed it. He obviously doesn't have it. And yet Europe is still sitting here saying, hey, we need you to use cards that you don't have. We need you to push for stuff that you can't do. It's very delusional.
Look, it's very odd. Look, a lot of people view Europe, particularly in the last few weeks, as being a humiliated vassal, and I can understand why people see it that way. But interestingly enough, as humiliated they are and as vassalized they are, they seem to be able to put a spanner in the works, which suggests that in fact they continue to hold a certain amount of agency in this process, and certainly have sufficient wherewithal to make unilateral decision making quite difficult from Washington, if Washington's intents are to try to push through some kind of a peace settlement. And this goes back to my original point, and that is that there are actually many competing voices and interests at work. There is no single leadership that is capable of bringing these actors into line quite clearly. And part of the challenge is actually herding all of these disparate priorities together to try and form a cohesive position. And I think one of the reasons why we haven't seen anything concrete from any of the discussions that have been had over the course of actually the last 6 months is because there are such massive divisions in the collective West about exactly what the end outcome should be and what the assessment of the current state of play is. You've got to remember that there are people who still believe that Russia isn't winning the war, though they are increasingly in the minority, but there are hardliners who literally refuse to believe that. There are those who believe that the only reason Russia is prevailing at the moment is because the West lacks sufficient will. So if the West provided sufficient munitions and other forms of assistance, then somehow the tide would be turned. And so they really don't see the defeat that is unfolding on the battlefield as an objective and an unavoidable reality, but really just a function of insufficient political will from the Americans. And so there will be some Europeans who see it that way. And in fact, we know that there are some Americans who also view it that way. And then there's another group who accepts that Russia can't be defeated on the battlefield, but nonetheless insists that the war must go on so as to, in their imagination, somehow improve the negotiating position of Kiev. Now, that's a nonsense and it's illogical, because if you could actually turn around the negotiating position of Kiev by intensifying the war, then you might as well just keep going and not bother negotiating. And of course, they know that they can't turn it around. So that whole line about improving the negotiating position is a total furphy. It's entirely misleading. But when you've got an inability to reconcile an assessment of the state of play with what's going on in reality, you're never going to be able to come to grips with what you need to do. You'll always be pursuing imaginary possibilities, and this is where they're all at the moment.
This is a difficult question to answer, but I'm just curious in your take. What do you think Trump's mind is in this? Because that assessment that you just gave at the end of, I know, right? It's like, oh God, don't send me in there. Don't send me in there. But the assessment that you just gave, every article that I've read on this has pointed out that Europe knows that at the end of the day, Trump could walk. He could say, y'all are horrible people. I'm out. Go to my golf course. And they will be stuck holding the bag for something that they can't fundamentally afford. I mean, right now, Donald Trump is trying to get him to buy, like $100 billion in weapons or something as a security deal, which is effectively the U.S. fleecing Europe for more money to buy our weapons. He can always walk. And yet...
So the question is why doesn't he? Right. And the notional walk away power goes to my point, and that is that if the US was serious about actually bringing this conflict to an end and doing it rather quickly, the most effective way I can do it is to actually stop enabling it to happen. And so the question you ask is why doesn't it?
Exactly.
Not so long ago, there was a temporary cessation of provisioning of equipment, and it lasted for about 5 days or a week or so from memory. And then the tap got turned on again, another $50 million or whatever it was. And so this always leads me to question, I guess, the sincerity of the talk of peace, when, in fact, continuing to send arms will ensure that you never actually can bring the issue to a head, and it will just unfold as it will unfold on the battlefield. And at some point or another, sometime down the track, the result becomes clearer and clearer and clearer. What's the breaking point in all of that? Well, there's a few that you could imagine. One is that the Western military-industrial complex system simply can't keep up with the need, and we're seeing that anyway today. So even when there are promises of paying for things, come onto the table, the reality is that the military-industrial complex in the United States is already many years behind in fulfilling orders. And so what's it going to do? Is it going to prioritize orders being placed by the Europeans ahead of orders being placed by others? Well, it might have to, but if it does that, it means that it is deprioritizing other theaters that Washington thinks are actually more important. Does it take resources away from provisioning its allies in and around the South China Sea, for example, and provide the Patriot systems that Zelensky is wanting as part of the so-called security guarantees? Is this what's going to happen? Well, the reality is that it doesn't matter how much money gets put on the table. The production system can only make so many things on a given day, and so the United States is stuck with production systems that are incapable of fulfilling all of these requirements anyway. So where are we at? We're at a situation where, you asked me about where I think President Trump's headspace is, and I think President Trump's headspace is caught in a set of conflicting or contradictory demands, which is why he is quite clearly struggling at navigating a clear path through. On the one hand, he talks about wanting to bring the bloodshed to an end, but on the other hand, he's pulled to continue supplying the military equipment and the munitions and arms to continue the war. On the one hand, he's trying to pull the Europeans into line, but on the other hand, the Europeans actually, in a sense, in a kind of twisted way, are able to stop Trump from walking. So where is he at the moment? Well, let's give President Trump the benefit of the doubt, for the sake of this discussion, that he does genuinely want to achieve a peace outcome. He's got to get to a point where he realizes that continuing to provide arms, either as a gift, as aid, or by selling them, simply does not contribute towards a peaceful outcome. The second thing, of course, is at some point there needs to be very serious discussions about the security architecture. Discussions in the White House amongst the Western allies about what they think the security arrangement should be later on isn't really going to get you very far. The problem is that the West has got to negotiate amongst itself first, right? But whatever its position is at the end of its own internal negotiations, unless it's acceptable also to the Russians, it's not going to get anywhere.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. And I guess there are two things. You're right about the contradiction. The United States wants Europe to effectively take over and deal with the Russians, while simultaneously buying weapons from the United States, meaning the US doesn't want Europe to set up its own weapons industries and everything else. We want them to buy our weapons, which creates the same bottleneck that would be there if the United States itself was still involved in a theater. So no, that's a really good point. Security architecture. What would that look like in Europe? Because you're right, the Russians, any conversation that Donald Trump is having with Putin about Ukraine is a de facto security architecture of Europe, which is probably why Europe is so up in arms. You're effectively coming up with security of Europe without Europe being involved in the discussion and the conversation about it. I mean, Russia would say no NATO expansion, no NATO in Ukraine. That ship has sailed, right? I mean, the United States is working with Azerbaijan and Armenia at the exact same time that it's trying to negotiate a deal to deal with the root cause of this conflict. That's kind of the horses out the barn.
Well, which leads you to wonder whether or not it's serious about dealing with root causes of conflicts in Europe at all, or whether in fact they're quite happy to maintain instability across Europe. And the problem with Ukraine is that it's actually bleeding the West out, right? Which is why they want to bring it to a head so that it stops doing that. But right across the world, wherever the US goes, it tends to generate divisions and instabilities, because by doing so, it is then able to go to one of the sides in the local conflict and say, look, we'll support you, right? And secure a position within a region. And that's what it's done in just about every theatre that it's engaged in over the course of the last 30 odd years. So, you know, I think that there are still very big question marks about the genuineness or the sincerity of American talk about peace. And ultimately, there's lots of reasons, I think, for people to harbour doubts that the United States, in fact, is genuine about enabling a peaceful settlement that has sustainability written all over it. Right now, it wants to sell arms to Europe. It's creating instabilities in other parts of the Russian periphery. And in fact, I think that there is a part of the American political establishment that would actually be quite happy to walk away from the European conflict, provided that the Europeans continue fighting it. J.D. Vance himself said about a week or so ago that American taxpayers don't want American taxpayers' money being spent on Ukraine. But if the Europeans want to keep buying the kit from the Americans and continue using that kit to fight the war against the Russians, then the Americans would be happy to oblige. And I think that that was a very telling comment from Vice President Vance, because it starts to tell us the extent to which the Americans are actually interested in peace, or whether the Americans are actually interested in not being directly responsible for the debacle, but nonetheless want to profit from it.
It's that. I mean, look, it was honest, right? Like, it was an honest comment.
Well, President Trump himself has said the same, right? Which is, you know, we're not going to give you anything, but if you want to buy it, we'll happily sell it to you. So whenever anybody's offered to buy something from the military-industrial complex, President Trump's all over it. He's happy to sell anything. And so again, you know, the question arises as to whether or not this is a sincere effort to bring peace to this part of the world, or whether in fact it's an effort to extricate the Americans from the debacle, to alleviate the Americans of being blamed for another historic strategic military defeat, and enable them to move on relatively unscathed. This is not dissimilar to Vietnam. The debacle in Afghanistan, of course, was a 20-year embarrassment. And there is a part of President Trump that I think few would disagree with, and that is a desire to avoid having the collapse of Kiev as part of his legacy.
Yeah, agreed. In fact, that's what I thought the entire point of the Alaska summit was. It's like, oh my God, these guys are at the brink of collapse. They're buckling. I need to get ahead of this to save face, as opposed to having a complete military collapse on my watch. Can we go into Europe for a bit? I am super curious on your take on Europe. Europe has been spending extra money on oil because of the Nord Stream pipeline being blown up, not to mention the sanctions. So in some cases, they've been paying 5 times more from the United States, and they've been paying a markup for either India that magically found oil from somewhere, and for that matter, Saudi Arabia. So they have, just from an energy standpoint, their costs have skyrocketed. From the standpoint of weapons, the United States has been selling the weapons hand over fist. They've been spending billions, like hundreds of billions of dollars to buy those weapons. So not only energy, you also have weapons and the money that's spent fleeing out of Europe. They don't see that on some level they're being fleeced, that the U.S. is taking advantage of the situation. They don't seem to see it.
No, because I think the European political leadership in Brussels is fully committed to this particular ideological story, and consequently everything else is secondary to it or subordinate to it. And this is why I think that we are starting to see some very important and potentially game-changing divisions in the European body politic, both between some nations, as we know, I mentioned a couple earlier, but also because populations in these countries are reaching a breaking point. You know, the economic fortunes of many of the countries and the communities in them, the employment prospects for people, their quality or standard of living, it's all diminishing. And continuing to fight this war is understood by many people as the principal reason why their economic circumstances are getting worse by the day, and they want an end to it. They want their issues prioritized, whether it's energy security, energy costs, inflation, cost of living, housing, better healthcare in the UK, you name it. And people are well and truly fed up with a Brussels leadership that I think is increasingly out of touch. The problem they have is that institutionally, the ordinary masses have very little power. And so you've got a Brussels bureaucracy, the European Commission, that is essentially a law unto itself. And, you know, how this will play out will, I think, depend a bit on how bad things get in terms of the quality of life that people have across these European countries. And if it gets bad enough, then maybe we'll see a significant turning point in terms of the politics of Europe that will change the institutional setup and the priorities that are coming out of the European Commission in Brussels. But the European Commission and NATO have really become peas in a pod, so much so that you know, the folk who went to this meeting at what, you know, you've got Ursula von der Leyen attending a meeting, and she's supposedly from the economic European Commission, and yet there she is, and in fact one of the main cheerleaders of the war. And so the military issues and the economic issues institutionally have become blurred. They've largely become one and the same thing, and none of this is actually in the interests of the vast majority of ordinary people, working people in any of the countries in Europe itself.
And yet they took this course and they continue this course. Is it the issue? Is the issue that you think it's something? Well, there are two things. One has to do with Trump and what may be in his mind. The other has to do with Europe in and of itself. In Trump's case, Trump said something in the press conference when he was in Alaska that I think was really telling, where at one point he said, "Look at what I have to deal with." And I've heard him give speeches before where he's alluded to effectively this kind of insecurity about being attacked for, quote unquote, working with the Russians. And so it's very possible that regardless of what's in his mind, his concern is, I don't want to be blamed and I don't want to be seen as if I'm too obsequious to the Russian government in trying to settle the deal. Hence, when Zelensky, I don't want to push Zelensky, I don't want to push Europe, even though I have the capability to walk. I don't want to do that because I don't want the media to effectively attack me for it. I think it's insecurity on some level. I mean, yes, I agree with you. I don't think he wants to end the war, but I think insecurity plays a lot into this with Trump. Give me a take on that before getting to the European part.
Look, quite clearly, there's a part of the American political culture that remains incredibly hostile towards Russia. And there are some inside his own party, particularly in the Senate, who are also incredibly hostile towards Russia. And I think he's mindful of that. His authority, the authority of the bully pulpit, so to speak, I think has probably diminished a little bit from 6 months ago when, or, from 21st of January to now. So it's 7 months. And it has diminished because there are things that haven't necessarily worked out as planned or as promised. And he simply doesn't have the sort of authority that comes with that, with the early stages of the honeymoon when you first inaugurated and come sweeping in with your agenda. Had he actually made the hard calls on the 21st, 22nd of January to stop providing arms and calling an end to American involvement in this war, he would have had a far better chance of dragging the naysayers in his own party across the line, and of course in that process being able to deal with his domestic political opponents, not the ones in his own party, but the ones sitting on the other side of the political fence. I think he's in a more difficult position today than he was 6 months ago, and so is more sensitive to being exposed on that flank. The Europeans, of course, have just a deep-seated Russophobia that I think is one of a number of factors that, in effect, holds them back. The other one is a deep-seated Orientalist Sinophobia as well. The idea that Western Europe is no longer the pinnacle of human civilization is something that many people in Western European leadership simply haven't come to grips with, and so here they are, hostile to the two of the major economic forces on the Eurasian continent, India being the third one, and ultimately leaving themselves with no choices, right? This is the remarkable thing about where Brussels has taken itself, is that it's boxed itself in to an environment where it actually has very, very few choices at all. And economically, it's got very, very few options at this moment in time under the current political leadership and institutional structures. And yet this particular setup is what's killing them. It's undermining economic competitiveness. It's destroying foundational infrastructure and services. It's leading to hollowing out of industries that will never come back once they're gone. And of course, it's catalyzed a whole bunch of migration problems that many people within Western European societies are also very concerned about. And yet they seem to be totally deaf or blind to these issues. And so, unless, look, my view, I guess, is unless the Western European leadership can, in effect, overcome their Russophobia, overcome their sense of civilizational superiority vis-a-vis the Far East, as they would see it, then they have left themselves in a no-win position where they will only ever be the fag end of a transatlantic power, right? And that's where they're at the moment.
Yeah, it seems like they've doubled down on America. Is it too strong to say that Europe's dying?
Well, Europe's not flourishing. And if you're not flourishing, at best, you're treading water. And of course, at worst, there are going to be parts of your social settlement and economic system and your culture that is decaying. No doubt about it. And clearly, there are parts of the European cultural environment that are exhibiting all the signs of cultural decay. The nihilism that exists in Western Europe, and the sort of manifest loss of any sense of moral grounding in much of what constitutes civic life, I think, is another dimension of the decay that we now see. Europe used to delude itself that it was a peace project, right? And whilst its economy was going okay, it could sort of carry that off. But of course, for the best part of 60, 70 years, the European project has largely been a racially driven one, firstly in the post-war environment to keep the Africans in check, keep them close but out, and then subsequent to that, progressively and begrudgingly letting the Slavs in from the east, and but nonetheless treating them as second-class citizens, and the Russophobia is part and parcel of that. So the European Union project has largely been a racialized project. People don't like to hear that, but there's plenty of reasonable academic literature which talks about Euro-whiteness as the underlying raison d'etre of the European Union, notwithstanding the public rhetoric of being there for peace and all things nice. So so in many regards, in difficult times, the ugly side of an institution reveals itself, and this is precisely what's happened at the moment.
Is it decay or desperation? Meaning, is this behavior born out of, as you point out, this kind of decline of Western civilization and this clawing and biting and scratching, with their belief being America is the fastest thing moving, we need to lump in with America on this and have the white world face, the white jungle or the garden, as they call it, face the heathens and the hounds and China and Russia and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's what it seems like. But give me your take on that.
Yeah, look, I think that we're seeing a political leadership that behaves like it has its, caught in the eyes caught in the bright lights. They're paralyzed with fear. They've been totally displaced in terms of their sense of what they represent and who they are, and are finding it very difficult to have a grounding in the world as it is. The world is changing, and that is a very disconcerting experience for a group of people for whom being central to civilization has been part and parcel of their entire makeup. This has been the foundational fabric of the European leadership for the course of hundreds of years, and that colonial mentality that has been grounded on enlightenment and liberalism, which of course gave the European political setup an incredible amount of strength for a long time, is eroding away. Now, as it erodes away, and as other parts of the world reassert themselves as legitimate civilizations with legitimate cosmologies and ontologies and worldviews, and of course, concrete material interests and capabilities, the Europeans have struggled to adjust to that. They've tried to hang on to the primacy position that came with being part and parcel of Western civilization, and they've clung on to the coattails of Washington as part of that. Europe, in a broad sense, and particularly the political leadership, would need to have a radical change of fundamental attitudes about, what Europe constitutes and where they fit in the world for it to actually find a meaningful place in the world. And it could do that, but it would require an incredible amount of self-reflection and humility from a political leadership that has led Europe, together with the Americans, actually pushing them along all the way down the primrose path to devastation and destruction.
Do you think that, just to make your point, this was the picture that was out yesterday? This is humiliating. You have Donald Trump sitting in the background. Meloni is effectively not feeling any of this. It seems like she just gets how bad this is. And all of the European leaders, they kept Kayla's out for some reason. I think they should have bought her and let her talk. I like when they let her talk. She says insane stuff. But these guys were masters of the universe at one point. And now they're getting a lecture from the US president. It's just amazing. Yeah. Do you think that was on purpose? And this could be the last question before I let you go, that the US was effectively colonizing Europe. And on some level, this was the way that they ended up doing it. They exert control, tie their agenda to the US agenda, not just militarily, but almost de facto economically.
The relationship is complex, right? So I think what you've said is true, but at the same time, it doesn't mean that the Europeans are easily told what to do, right? So there is a complexity there in terms of how the sort of subordinate parties nonetheless exercise certain types of agency, which makes these relationships complicated. And
Right.
it's not possible to sit in the White House and issue orders that everyone will follow. Right, so bringing them on board and is quite clearly a real challenge. Herding this group of people and the views that they have and the interests that they represent, and is clearly a difficult problem. And Trump has, for the past 6-7 months, experienced exactly how difficult it is. Right, so whilst Europe is incredibly subordinated to the United States, it nonetheless, as I was describing earlier, retains a certain kind of capacity to act in a rebellious way, right? So Washington never gets what it wants the first time around, and it has to put in an incredible effort. I mean, even look at President Zelensky. President Zelensky, who everyone says doesn't have any cards. It's been 4 months since his lack of cards became apparent, and in that unsightly episode at the White House the last time he was there. But look what happened after he left. Well, he continued getting arms. So whilst he had no cards, he still got what he wanted. Now, how do you explain that? Well, if he had no cards but still got what he wanted, then the people with the cards must have consciously decided to keep giving him what he wanted anyway.
Yeah.
Alternatively, he was able to exercise some kind of influence to, directly or indirectly, to continue advancing or holding his own agenda, to remain relevant in the process. And so far, he's actually been incredibly successful at doing that, especially for a guy that many people said, literally has no cards, and they've got plenty of other bad things to say about him as well. But yet, he has been able to mobilize an incredible amount of resource in ways that he's clearly wanted.
Such a good point. And by the way, I agree with you on that. I think he does have some degree of agency that he's been able to articulate. Warwick, thank you for this. Oh, I always love these conversations. Warwick Powell, he is an adjunct professor at Queens University, a professor working on the intersection of China, digital technology, supply chains, financial flows, and global political economy and governance. You have a fantastic rest of your night. Thank you for this. I really appreciate it.
No problems, Jamal. Pleasure to be with you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right. Warwick is fantastic. Let's go to another fantastic guest. We are joined with the man himself, Kit Clarenberg. Kit Clarenberg, he's an investigative journalist, documented the role of intelligence services and shaping politics and perceptions. You can find his work on global delinquents, Gray Zone UK. And I think the last time I had you on, it was on the actual Gray Zone. Congratulations. How you doing, man? You doing okay today? Kit, I can't hear you. Wait, I can't hear you. Can't hear you. Your volume. Your volume, you're muted. Can you hear me? Yeah, he's muted. You're muted. I promise you're muted. Okay. Kit will be back. Great conversation with Warwick Powell. I always appreciate those conversations. The man really knows his stuff. Oh, don't be mad at me. Don't be mad at me. I just messed up. I made a mistake. Kit, let me bring you back on.
Hello.
Yes. Hello back at you.
Yeah, no. Oh no, I was just saying. You read out the list of contributions to which I contribute, and I said, "Yeah, I'm a jack of all trades and master of none of them." But in all seriousness, no, I'm very well. Thanks for having me on today, Jamal. How are you doing?
Man, I'm glad. I am doing well. Better that you could join me. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, it's always rough trying to fix a technical issue in the moment. It's like there's this pressure that is just on you. You're like, okay, what's wrong? What's wrong? No, man, I'm glad you can join me. I always like to bring you on. We have an article. It's out in one of the magazines. It doesn't really matter which magazine if the article is good. I kind of like to talk about it. And you actually, before we get to the article, how's Serbia? It's calmed down, still tense?
Well, I mean, things are, yes, things are, to say the least, a bit tense at the moment. And there is a lot of speculation about foreign involvement in stirring up trouble, and I might add that in neighbouring Macedonia about 10 years ago, as I've reported for the Grey Zone, there was a MI6 sponsored quote-unquote colourful revolution where, as I document, the British ambassador to Macedonia, an MI6 officer, was handing out cash from his diplomatic pouch to young Macedonians and telling them to go and break stuff and start fires. Yeah, there are certain parallels there. So as I say, yes, tense. It's something I'm personally avoiding for a variety of reasons. But yeah, I think that the government's position is actually a lot stronger than might be being presented in the media. I see that the FT, the Financial Times, published a lengthy op-ed, effectively calling for the government's removal, which was pretty bold, and I think will only further lend further fuel to the fire that the unrest is being orchestrated by overseas actors. But it actually there's an aspect of this which a lot of people have missed, which is, of course, we recently had the Alaskan summit between Trump and Putin. One of the responses by the Ukrainians, or indeed their British puppet masters, I'd more put the blame on them, has been they attacked the pipeline that supplies Hungary and Slovakia and Serbia with Russia.
Right? Is that what it's called? Druzhba? Something like that?
Yes. Yeah. And so and I might add that, yes, that Hungary, of course, has never applied sanctions to Russia. Slovakia initially did, then Robert Fico that was elected in late 2023 on an explicit anti-sanction, anti-war platform. He won by landslide, and Serbia has been under relentless pressure to impose sanctions on Russia and has refused to do so. So the attack on the pipeline is damaging to these three kind of quote-unquote awkward squad countries who oppose or further European involvement in the war, or indeed favour neutrality. And that's just one example of a wrecking operation conducted by the Ukrainians, or indeed the British, around this. There in Ryazan, scenario of Russia, there was a mysterious explosion at a factory, which killed at least 20 people and injured many dozens more. And it's not at all clear who or what was responsible. My bet would be sleeper cells of chaos agents dotted around the country, and again, yes, probably trained by the British. That said, my overall impression of the Alaska summit, and indeed what's transpired since, I tend to deviate somewhat from the prevailing wisdom in both the kind of mainstream and independent spheres, that this was effectively meaningless and maybe perhaps a waste of time. I mean, I think that actually it seemed pretty clear from Trump's statements during and after the summit, and also his body language, that he viewed this as important. He seems to have adopted Russia's position on several matters subsequently. So he of course, entered this summit with European leaders screeching and squawking, saying, "We demand a ceasefire, blah, blah." And he emerged from the talk saying, "We need a deal first first before a ceasefire is implemented, which is the Russian position. He also, in advance of, and I caught the last minutes of your interview of your prior guest, with that very embarrassing picture of all of these European leaders prostrate at the throne of Emperor Donald Trump, in the lead up to this, Trump said, there's going to be no NATO membership for Ukraine, and there's going to the Ukraine cannot regain the territory it's lost, which is pretty bold and a very major departure from what European leaders and pundits and quote unquote journalists have been saying for 3.5 years now. It's not long ago we were being told about summer beach parties in Crimea, with Zelensky as the DJ of honor, and there was a lot of bombastic tub thumping about how the Ukrainians were not only going to drive Russia out of Donbass, but they were going to collapse the country and precipitate the end of Putin's reign of terror. All of that's gone now. Entirely, and the media. I see the Daily Telegraph, which is effectively a Ukraine propaganda outlet at this stage, and has a history of publishing extremely bad, which is saying something. Reports about how Russia's on the verge of economic, political, and military collapse weekly. They're now publishing articles admitting that Ukraine has lost. And one headline that particularly caught my eye was, actually, Ukraine doesn't even need the Donbass, which is why Ukraine has lost. Yeah. This is after, Ukraine has lost perhaps upwards of 1 million people trying to keep it. Suddenly it's not so important. The entire region is of no value to Kiev. But yes, so I saw several pundits whose opinions I respect and are usually pretty on point, suggesting that the Europeans were going to torpedo any moves towards peace. I think maybe at a surface level, on paper, this is the picture that emerges from their meeting, because they specifically took a firm line on Ukrainian security guarantees. They took a firm line on Ukraine's NATO membership, and also they committed to spending $100 billion on American weapons to give to Ukraine, which would be all well and good, except this implies or assumes that America has the weaponry to send to the Europeans to give to Ukraine, which it doesn't. It assumes that the European states and the EU more generally has the funds and the political will and the public support to do this, which it doesn't. And it also assumes that Ukraine has the people to use this weaponry and fight the war, which it doesn't. So it's quite some cunning grand scheme there. And I made this point on a podcast, shameless plug, I'm afraid, Jamal, a podcast I regularly do with my dear friend and comrade Alex Mackay, called Decline and Fall. We made the point in advance of the Alaska summit. Well, any quote unquote commitment made by Trump to the Europeans or Zelensky can be reneged upon. And any demand that the Europeans make can be ignored, because ultimately, what are they going to do? And the answer is nothing. Like literally nothing. They are at this stage completely economically, politically, and militarily dependent on the US. Completely. They have no independence. They have no sovereignty. They have no independent war-fighting capability. They've drained all of their ammunition and weapon and vehicle stocks, arming Ukraine to no effect. So I mean, what's how are they going to get Trump to roll over or even listen to their demands? Now, I mean, you know, Trump himself and members of his government, they have a track record of making extremely condemnatory, if not outright kind of mocking comments about the EU and Europe. And like recently we had Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, who openly said on Fox News, which is might as well be called Trump News, he said, well, we see Europe as a sovereign wealth fund to boost and regenerate American industry at home. And even the Fox News host was a bit taken aback by this and said, that's appropriation, i.e. theft. And like, you know, so it's like, why Trump would cave to Macron saying, oh, please, 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 can we get a guarantee of NATO membership for Ukraine? It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Like, he might say it, but
yeah. Kit, I agree with you almost entirely. Because I've been struggling with people who have a very different point of view than I do on this, and I'm like, ugh. It's like I gave an analysis of the press conference, and I was sitting here like, whoa, these guys are talking about an agreement, and I was like, I don't know what that agreement is, but they're talking about something. Then the very next day, Trump comes out and it's like, we get in the war now. We just need Zelensky to fall in line. I'm backing the Russians. We want a permanent peace. Now, let's be honest. It's not a permanent peace, right? All things being equal, Donald Trump is still saying, hey, they can buy weapons from us. And effectively, we're giving them this theater. This is something that they are going to have to deal with. We don't want to deal with this. So it's not that he's man o' peace, Donald Trump. It's, no. I don't want to deal with this on the front end. We would help and we would kind of move the pieces around, but Europe is going to be the one who's effectively getting eaten by a Russian wood chipper. Like it's a little bit nebulous. It just sounds like a tactical withdrawal that Donald Trump recognizes that what's taking place on the battlefield is an utter disaster. And between saving face versus having a collapse, he prefers a saving face. Europe doesn't seem to be on the same page. So now I agree with you on this. I don't think it was minor. I think it was significant. I mean, to have the president completely change his rhetoric around this whole thing of ceasefire versus peace. Okay, that's a big deal. Now, the catch really does boil down to what happens next. I mean, if the trilateral talks are nonsense, I'm sorry, they just are. Like, for one, they haven't even established what they're going to the framework for those talks. Oh, give me your take. Do you think they're nonsense? I don't. They've called Zelensky illegitimate. No, I'm just saying they've called Zelensky illegitimate for years.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, there was his name is Alex Christoforou. I think I probably pronounced his name wrong. Sorry, Alex. I didn't. It's not personal, but like, yeah. He's part of the Duran, and he's an excellent commentator and analyst. Very, very much worth listening to. He pointed out this hilarious Politico headline, which stated that European heavy hitters are being sent to Washington with Zelensky, and he go. And Alex made the point, those same heavy hitters who call Trump daddy and weren't invited to Alaska. I mean, you know, the trilateral talks between the US, Ukraine and Russia could go ahead. I strongly suspect that Zelensky will be in the corner and asked to put his hand up if he wants to speak. You know, it's going to be like that level of talk. He's not viewed as legitimate. And I might add as well that there are two or three other aspects of this I think are very important to note, which is that number one, and I don't think this is a coincidence, on August 7th, which so as we're heading into the Alaska summit, Gallup, the US polling giant, it published this extensive survey on Ukrainian public support for the war in Ukraine. And it showed that 69% of the public want the war over ASAFP. Okay, they want a negotiated settlement. They don't want to keep fighting. Only 24% of the population keeps fighting. Now, you've got to bear in mind that a lot of Ukrainians are, due to the brutal crackdowns on dissent and opposition under Zelensky, which intensified when martial law was imposed in February 2022, people are afraid of speaking out and openly speaking their minds. And there are examples of people who've had to flee Ukraine for criticizing the government. I mean, we have Gonzalo Lira, who died in a Ukrainian prison after being very critical of Zelensky. Bogdan Sarityuk, who was a left-wing anti-Zelensky critic of the war. He is in jail on vague national security charges for being critical of the government. So it's an environment in which people are scared to speak out. But so the actual true figure of Ukrainians who want this over is probably even higher than 69%, which is saying something, right? So there's that aspect. There's that aspect to consider as well, which is the only people who want this kept going are Western chicken hawks who want to tweet about how awful Trump is and how he's in Putin's pocket, but wouldn't dare go near the front line and probably would be killed within seconds if they did muster the intestinal fortitude to do so. But there's also another aspect to this, which I think is rather key, which is the war in Ukraine is a massive distraction and kind of endless drain on finite US resources at a time when they are gearing up to assist Israel in completely erasing Gaza, when both Trump and Netanyahu have indicated a willingness to restart war against Iran, and we know that, like, within the 12-day war that people seem to have forgotten about, but was a real kind of no-holds-barred attempt by Israel to foment regime change in Iran and completely cripple the country militarily, which backfired spectacularly. The US spent 20% of its stockpiles of air defense missiles defending Israel during this 12-day war. It will take up to 8 years to replace them. Right, like that, such as the US's lack of industrial capacity. So yeah, they can't keep sending weapons to Ukraine forever. And I think if for no other reason than wanting to ensure that Israel is secure, quote unquote, and has a free hand to keep waging belligerent wars of aggression and choice against its regional adversaries, which are multiplying in number all the time, and then multiplying in strength all the time as well. He has a massive incentive to ending this. Now, I may well have mentioned this on your show before, Jamal, and I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself on this point, but there is a very clear historical parallel to, I think, in recent memory, to the war in Ukraine, which is the war in Bosnia. Now, the war in Bosnia was encouraged by the US. The US supplied weapons and financial assistance to their Croatian and Bosniak proxies on the ground. They encouraged their proxies to reject every peace deal that was brokered by the UN or Europe or whatnot. And then after about 3 years of this, they got bored of the conflict and turned around to the Bosniaks and said, right, well, you have to accept whatever terms we put to you, and if you don't accept them, we're going to abandon you completely. And the terms of the peace deal they finally signed, with a pretty much literal gun to their heads, was worse than any prior peace deal offered to them while the war was going on and even before the conflict started. Okay, so I think that I can easily envisage, irrespective of the commitments and undertakings and rhetoric emanating from Brussels and Washington and even London, that when it comes to it, the US could very easily turn around to Zelensky and say, hey, these are the terms, accept them or you're finished. And that could include the handing over more territory than Russia currently holds. It could include in harsher terms on how big their military can be, how many tanks and other forms of war-fighting equipment they're allowed to hold, which was a key component of the Istanbul talks, which Boris Johnson personally sabotaged in April 2022. There was a lot of very technical detail about, well, you're allowed to have this many troops in this in this area and no further. At that point, the Russians were amenable to Ukrainians joining the EU. They aren't now. The terms of that deal that Ukraine walked away from, they're never going to get as good terms as that ever again. And I think that the longer this goes on, the worse the terms are going to be for Zelensky et al.
Yeah, I mean, they're investing blood and treasure, of course, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, they're inexorably moving west. And at some point, they're going to turn to Sumi and says, hey, Sumi, would you like to have a referendum? And they're going to turn to the next place. Would you like to have a referendum? I mean, I got to be honest with you. The one or two things is going to take place. Either a deal is going to be had or a deal is not. And from the Russian point of view, Ukraine will break. Donbass will fall within the course of this year, or at the very least, the very early beginning of next year. They cannot keep this up. Putin knows it. I suspect on some level Trump knows it, which is why they're on this full court press of saying, hey, you need to make a deal. You need to make a deal. You need to make a deal. Whether Zelensky would do it, who knows? From the Russian point of view, they may even want to keep going. Because and to get back to the trilateral conversation for a moment, Putin has said on more than one occasion, look, I'm not having a conversation with Zelensky if the framework and the preparation for that conversation hasn't been laid out. Period. Donald Trump is a belligerent in this war. He's not a negotiator. He is one of the main proponents of this war, meaning he's one of the main provocateurs. So Putin would have to sit down with two people that are associated with the war, with the United States being the lead actor in that, while simultaneously the U.S. pretending as if they're not. So, it's one thing if you sit down and you've established, okay, this is the deal, and we just need to work through the gray areas. What Trump is doing is not that. Trump is just a kid who's hyperactive, who wants to get this over with, in which case the Russians are probably going to be like, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. That sounds okay. We need to talk about it more, etc. Basically, they're going to slow him down because they're not prepared for that yet. At least I don't think so. But give me your take. I mean, I don't know if Zelensky is fully rogue. I don't.
Well, as your prior guest was saying, it's interesting that, after that White House bust-up, where Zelensky was told to his face, you have no cards, the weapons did keep flowing. And yes, there are a lot of different layers and actors in this. There is, the CIA from... since before Maidan has had very close relations with the Ukrainians. The British are very heavily embedded with them to the extent that even the mainstream media acknowledges that the Ukrainians see them as the brains of the proxy war. God help us all. There are a lot of different moving parts here, I struggle to see how a deal can be reached, because we've just seen, and as I think you mentioned, Zelensky before he came on, Zelensky has issued a statement basically reiterating what he's been saying all along, which is a peace deal from Ukraine's perspective is the return of their lost territory, billions in damages from Russia, and handing over Russian officials for trial for war crimes. And it's like, this is just not going to happen. Yeah. It's not going to happen in any universe. And I don't, irrespective of what they say, I don't think that Western leaders would even see this as desirable for a variety of reasons. I mean, if you think about all of the debates that have been had back and forth about, we've got all of these Russian assets we've appropriated, we can give to Ukraine. which comes up as an issue, every few months and then leads to nothing, because of the very obvious fear that, well, if we hand over all of this stuff that we basically stole from Russians, what country is going to want to put their money in a NATO state bank?
Exactly.
So I'm not really seeing like any real grounds for serious discussion. I think that Zelensky's intransigence is certainly being encouraged by the Europeans, again, particularly the British. I think that he understands that if when the war is over, he's going to one way or another be finished. The end of the war means elections, which he will lose. I know personally from speaking to Ukrainians in Serbia, of which there are a great many. They absolutely loathe Zelensky. Can see very clearly that they were led up the garden path by the Anglo-Americans. They want to give him a bloody nose, if not get him booted out of office. If Zelensky was to make any even the slightest concession, that's him getting murdered, probably very publicly and horribly, by Azov Battalion. At the same time, purely by token of the fact that I think that the at least certain elements of the Western power structure want him in power, this probably feeds some sense of impunity in his administration. I can't really see them backing down, even if they don't have any cards. And there are perhaps enough people within the power structure who are willing to encourage and maybe to a certain degree facilitate that. So, ultimately, though, as I say, the lack of weapons to provide, the lack of people to fight, these are really serious issues that Ukraine is facing. Russia is making extraordinary gains on a daily basis, bursting through defensive lines because they don't have the people. Like Ukraine's war effort is basically drones now. And Russia is systematically identifying where the buildings where drone operators are hiding and obliterating them. So it's from a kind of battlefield perspective, it's not clear at all how much longer this can go on. Really, and yes, in that context, when you're negotiating, when the person you're negotiating with has demonstrated a willingness to attempt to sabotage negotiations consistently. Remember, I believe it was in June, or it might have been July, we saw Operation Spiderweb in advance of US Russia talks, and then for 3 days the media was exuberant and saying this shows that Ukraine's back in the game, they don't need the US. And then after this burst of ebullience had worn off and reality kicked in, suddenly the entire media admitted that actually this was a bit pointless. It didn't really change, but it doesn't change the battlefield reality, and it's probably harmed Ukraine's negotiating position. So in that context, why would you see any value in talking to someone who refuses to back down despite the fact that they're in a terrible position, is willing to break agreements, was completely unwilling to implement Minsk for 8+ years? The Russians have no incentive apart from finishing this on the battlefield, and the inability of Western powers to equip Ukraine means that eventuality becomes more likely and more impending with every day.
Yeah, especially if what they're saying about the security guarantees. That's the thing, right? Russia hasn't said squat. Europe and the United States are talking to themselves. Donald Trump is a habitual liar, so you can't really take anything Donald Trump says is true in this. And so it's like, we have no idea what the deal is. We have no idea what the agreement is, short of they're not going to be part of NATO, which, again, how do you fully believe that? How do you ensure that that's legit? At one point, neutrality was already in the Ukrainian constitution. They removed it at the point where they overthrew the government. So honesty, legitimacy, those things are credibility. They're just not there. And it's like, if you're the Russian side, how do you ensure that the credibility of whatever agreement you go with is sacrosanct, it's intact? I don't know how you do that. Also, all things being equal, I would think that Putin probably would want a deal. Because it's like, what's the alternative? You take all of Ukraine? I don't think he wants to do that. I mean, what may happen is Ukraine get to the point where there's so much at the breaking point that it is just completely obvious to everybody involved, this is about to collapse. And even then, that goofball still is probably like, we're going to continue to fight, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know. It seems that they may have to end up staying on the battlefield. And I could be wrong. We'll see. I mean, you might be right. He may turn to Zelensky, take the deal or else. I'm walking. Daddy's walking. Daddy's leaving. In which case, Europe is going to have a collective shit fit if Trump says that. So I want to get to your article, though, before you leave, because what time is it? We have time. Yeah.
We've got time. We've got time.
On the CIA. Oh, so that one more time. What was the last thing you said?
I said we've got time.
Oh, okay.
No,
Yeah. So you wrote a great piece about the CIA. And your point was this kind of plan to invade Ukraine. And they did invade Ukraine. They were very successful in, let's say, whipping up a certain hysteria or a certain division in the context of the country. This goes back to William Burns' memo, Net Means Net, where adding in NATO, or offering NATO to both sides of Ukraine created this division between East and West, this fault line that the CIA and these other NGOs could exploit to this kind of chaos that we're effectively witnessing now. And just so the audience can see the article, it's right here. Declassified. Come on. There we are. Declassified CIA's covert Ukraine invasion plan. Give us a summary, and then we can step through parts of this.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, this is something I've been wanting to write for quite a while, and I felt that the aforementioned Gallup survey gave me it kind of was a good hook for this. In August 1957, and this is at a time when I might add that the MI6 was parachuting in Stepan Bandera's chaos agents to cause havoc in Ukraine. The CIA drew up elaborate plans for an invasion of Ukraine by US special forces, and it was hoped that anti-communist elements within Ukraine could be immobilized as foot soldiers. And I think that the report is, I mean, it's extraordinarily detailed to an extent that there's actually like a bit disturbing, like all sorts of demographic, economic, geographic, historical and political factors that can be exploited. Oh, this area, it would be good for concealment and camouflage. So they really went all out on this in sketching this invasion plan, which was intended to use Ukraine as a beachhead for the collapsing Soviet Union. Now, it's full of all sorts of very interesting passages, such as they state that, Crimea views itself as Russian, is historically Russian, and will not be receptive to US invasion forces, but we should invade anyway because it's great for for strategic purposes and for guerrilla fighting. It also states that Donbass has historically strongly resisted Ukrainian nationalists and see themselves as an island of Russians in the Sea of Ukraine. And so there are all sorts of passages in this which I think are very relevant to the present day. They are very relevant to Maidan, and they are worthy of review. I embedded the report itself in the piece. You can read it at your leisure. A lot of it is a bit extraneous and dull. Other parts of it are more explosive. But I think that more generally as well, that a wider point to be made here is that as you mentioned the Bill Burns memo, for Russia, Ukraine, the area comprising Ukraine, and of course Ukraine comprises territory that is historically Russian, Hungarian, Romanian, Polish, and it was what constitutes Ukraine today was created by communist authorities. the fact is that the territory it currently comprises has been where everyone has attempted to invade Russia in the past, whether that's the Swedish, the Napoleon, the Nazis, the British and Americans in 1917, which is something that a lot of people don't know about. There was a Anglo-American invasion of the Soviet Union following the Russian Revolution. It is an area with virtually no natural defences, which provides a very, very effective beachhead for invading Russia. In that context, even the most peace-loving, inclusive Russians, and indeed pro-Western Russians, are going to be a little bit sensitive, to say the least, about Ukraine joining a hostile military alliance.
Yes.
Okay. And we kind of, to an extent, we saw this with the Kursk counter invasion, which, while it did end in a complete catastrophe for the Ukrainians, that was the reason that Ukraine was able to do this is because its border with Russia runs to several thousand kilometers of undefended, basically indefensible flatland. I mean, unless Russia wants to build this massive wall, it is very porous, and it's very easy to invade Russia from this area. And Russia has long been extremely wary of this, and ever since, yes, in 2008, when Ukraine was NATO membership for Ukraine was greenlit. This kind of you can kind of set the clock ticking down to direct conflict between the West and Russia over Ukraine, because as Bill Burns said in a memo to Condoleezza Rice in the wake of this announcement that Ukraine was en route to NATO membership, no issue cuts across Russian politics, from the most hardline pro-Kremlin voices to Putin's sharpest critics, that Ukraine cannot join NATO. And so, I think and there's another point to make here as well, is when you have complete lunatics like Kaja Kallas, who is this, yapping Baltic chihuahua who's now running the EU's foreign and defense policy, if you can even call it that, openly stating we need to defeat Russia, we need to crush Russia. What message does that send? It not only reinforces in the Kremlin's eyes the necessity of the mission, it also makes a lot of Russians want to enlist in the military, because they see themselves as defending their homeland from people who openly state their desire to destroy them. So it's I think that it's well worth there's that cliche, which is they who control history control the present. This is secret history we're not allowed to know, and doesn't get reported in the mainstream media. It's of enormous importance to go over, because it does have a heavy bearing on Russian perspectives now. And yes, it 60 years ago, or well, no, I think it's nearly 70 years ago now that this report was written. Quite clearly, its strategies, methods, and how Ukraine is viewed by the CIA and by the wider Anglo-American empire has not changed. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, what's the exact date on this? This was 1957 something.
So August 57.
So 10 years after World War II, where the Russians had lost, or Soviet Union lost 30 million people.
Mm.
Which is just amazing. I mean,
that's and it's and that's the thing, is that as I say, is that the 70 years from Russia's perspective is a blink of an eye in terms of the way that they view history. And there are people, every single inhabitant of the Soviet Union lost something, whether that was members of their family, friends, or their homes in World War II. It was a fight for survival for the inhabitants of the Soviet Union, and perhaps particularly Russians, because the Nazis were keen to turn ethnic minorities like the Ukrainians Ukrainians or the Crimean Tatars or the Lithuanians and the Latvians and the Estonians against Russians. So it's this remains very, very, very sensitive for them, and I think that as I mentioned in my piece, the parallels, there are certain passages within this August 1957 CIA report that have very eerie echoes with what happened with Maidan. So in the report, there is a map of Ukraine which is shaded according to how favorable the population will be to invading US forces, and the areas judged most welcoming were most supportive of Maidan. You know, like coincidence or not, this is important hidden history.
Yeah, as you pointed out, Stefan Bandera, these people were working with the Nazis to kill Poles, Jews. I mean, when the Polish government is very angry because Ukrainians say stuff, that's not coming out of nowhere. That's coming out because we were instrumental in killing many of these groups. And so they've 10, 15 years after the fall of Nazism, we were looking for a way to harness it like a weapon in order to go after the Soviet Union. And effectively, that's what the United States ended up doing anyway in 2014. That is amazing. That is disgusting on so many levels, right? And one last point. You mentioned the kind of change of tenor that the Telegraph has taken. Look at this. Look at this article. You're going to love this. The Telegraph vehemently, like aggressively anti-Russian. And they came out with this article. Putin has cemented Russia's status as a great power. Europe should be terrified. Now,
may I add? Sorry to interrupt you, Jamal. But I might add that if you go back over, if you go on to Richard Kemp's, but Richard Kemp is also like this Zionist piece of shit, like a hardcore pro-Israeli like psychopath. Like if you go over his history of articles from 2022 until now, every single week for years he was saying Putin is on the verge of failure. The Ukrainians are about to win. Russia is finished. Like each and every week, and now he's admitting that actually we've lost.
Ain't that something? Ain't that special?
Like, and he's paid enormous amounts of money for this as well. It's shocking.
And by the way, no consequence. Like there's no consequence for him spending 3 years saying Putin is dying. Russia is on its last leg. The Ukrainians, Kursk is a major accomplishment for Zelensky. Whereas me, humble radio host at the time, is like, this is a disaster for the Ukrainians. This is not looking well. Meaning I was right. And yet I'm the one that was out of a job. He was wrong all the way through, finally coming to this culmination of Russia must be acknowledged as a great power. Imagine this, imagine what was going through his mind as he sat there and had to write that. Russia is now acknowledged as a great power. Just amazing. No consequence for failure, no consequence for getting it wrong for 3 years. None. He just moves on like nothing took place. Completely untethered, like an episode of the old Star Trek. There were no connections between the episodes. It's just amazing to me. But they have come to the conclusion and they've come to that assessment that, as you point out, we've lost. They don't want to, the European leaders don't want to admit it. But I think part of the hysteria that they're dealing with Trump is that they know it, whether they want to admit it or not. And you mentioned Kalis. This is a hard video for me to watch now. I just broke up with my ex, and I know that sounds weird, but it apparently was more nebulous. She looks like my ex. But this is Kalis not content with losing to Russia.
Than Russia is.
She now wants to lose to China also, before even finishing losing to Russia.
China is so much bigger economy than Russia is, with so much bigger military than Russia is. So if you're saying that you're not able to beat, that we collectively are not able to really pressure Russia so much that it would have an effect, because then how do you say that you're able to take on China?
I love her. She sounds like a Valley girl, even though she's like from Estonia.
Well, I mean, I think particularly because she's from Estonia, you got to bear in mind that the Baltics, they have like Ronald Reagan Lane and like statues of US leaders, like they are completely comprador. And I might add that for Kaja Kallas to be saying this, she used to be the Prime Minister of Estonia, which has a population of 1.3 million people and is the size of like a small Russian city. And she's talking about beating Russia and China. Like this is like the level of and the fantastic journalist Thomas Farsi wrote an excellent piece about this, where he makes the point that it's not only Kaja, like her entire team is all yapping Baltic lunatics. Like again, God help us all. Although I think that, you know, one of the we've seen, I think that the West has kind of hit the wall of delusion pretty hard in most conceivable regards since the start of this, and they keep doing it. And there is part of me that call it just bloody minded optimism that one day they'll wait. Yeah, one day they might wake up and think, oh God, what have we done? Maybe it wasn't the best idea to sanction our primary source of energy and bankrupt ourselves. Maybe giving all of this money and weapons to a state that's effectively run by open neo-Nazis was a bit of a bad idea. Hopefully some sense will prevail. And if it doesn't, well, I mean, what are they going to do? Not very much, apart from maybe sabotage missions. But, you know. We shall see.
I have to write that down. Bloody-minded optimism. I love that. That is the greatest. It's like, how can I make this sound relatively decent, even though it's destroying all of these people's lives and it's destroying the European economy and everything else? Bloody-minded optimism. That when they wake up in the morning and say, "I believe that I can. I still believe that I can." I am. You know, the other thing that I don't think nobody has talked about yet, and I don't think Europe is fully reconciled. When Ukraine surrenders, or when they are broken, one of those two things, I don't know which one, but when this war comes to a close, because it will come to a close, there are going to be a bunch of Nazis that are going to be very angry with the stab in the back myth that are going to have on some level free range to go all through Europe. They're not coming to the US. We're not letting those lunatics over. What are they going to swim? They're going to cross into Poland, cross into the other countries. Europe is going to have to deal with these people.
Yeah, no, indeed, and it's like this is the thing that actually scares me the most. Really, is like Arestovich, who used to be Zelensky's key advisor and is now running on it, intends to run for president on a platform of "we got it wrong and should be on good terms with Russia." Interestingly, he specifically stated that the thing that frightened him most was all of the drone operators who are going to be pissed off flooding into Europe and other countries. And like, I mean, every time I see like someone using a photographic drone, locally, I'm like immediately I feel like my skin starts crawling and I feel a bit nervous. I'm like, oh my God. Because
what's a photographic drone? I don't know what that is.
Oh well, no, but so like FPV drones, like the drones that that Ukraine uses to like drop explosives and poison gas on people. They are usually off the shelf drones with cameras attached that anyone can buy from like Amazon or Temu.
Oh, I see.
So it's like, like when I see them buzzing around now, I'm just like, oh God, has it come for me? Maybe I'm a bit paranoid, but that doesn't mean they're not out to get you. But anyway, God bless you, Jamal. Thanks so much for having me on. Really enjoyed it as ever. And yes, may God help us all.
I know, right? It's like, has it come for me? And just for the audience, Kit Clarenberg. Kit Clarenberg is an investigative journalist documenting the role of intelligence services in shaping policies and perceptions. You can find him on Global Delinquents. You can find him on grayzone.uk. And as I pointed out, he still had an article on Gray Zone proper. Kit, you're fantastic, man. Thank you for this. You be safe, okay?
Right back at you, Jamal. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right. Kit is hilarious. Yeah, Kit is a good writer. And the article from the CIA thing, it's amazing, right? The world came together in order to beat back the beast of Nazism. Beat back the beasts of Nazism. What, 30 million Russians, or let's say Soviets, killed, murdered, depending upon whether it was on the battlefield or otherwise. You can make a choice about which one. I forget the number of Jews, I forget the number of Poles, I forget the number of Gypsies, I forget the number of et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You're talking about like 50 million people that effectively died, killed in that war. Some people died from illness, but you get my point. We, in Operation Paperclip, spirit a lot of the Nazis into the US, say, hey, we like your medical research. We like your research into missiles and rockets and those type of things. So either you can let the Soviets get you, or you can come with us. Spirit them into the US, put them into NASA, and they are now reformed Nazis as American as apple pie. And of course, the medical industry. On the other side, we say, hey, let's not let a thick net fascists go to waste. And there were plenty of fascists that were in Ukraine. Mind you, Ukraine has been the tip of the spear in all of these incursions into Russia, going back to Napoleon, going back to Hitler. In fact, you can read, well, obviously you can read into what was taking place in regards to the invasions that were taking place into Ukraine and the war that was in Ukraine when the Nazis invaded. But I guess I'm pointing out our take was, let's use those horrible human beings, or let's create some horrible human beings by creating divisions in these various regions of Ukraine. And for some sociopath to sit down, look at a map, demographics, and just carve it up. Hey, these people will be resistant. These people are pretty hateful. These other people, mix. Let's figure out what we can do. And to harness that, to go after a population. That is amazing. Now, was it Brzezinski? I think it was Brzezinski who made the point of saying, if you can take Ukraine, you effectively can hobble Russia. You can turn Russia not into a quote unquote great power, as Richard Kemp, who's come to Jesus in the Telegraph. This is an astonishing title that Kemp would put out. The Telegraph is hatefully anti-Russian. And so for your enemy, after you've denigrated them, after you've called them a backwater country, after you say, they're getting beat, they're having these wave attacks, they're going to lose to Ukraine, Zelensky has had this amazing Kursk attack. You spend years putting out that nonsense. And then one day you write an article at 3 a.m. between you and your God, where your pen and paper is your confession. Putin has cemented Russia's status as a great power. Europe should be terrified. That's amazing. Think of what has to happen to a man. Fall to his knees at 3 a.m. and confess. Confess. Shame. Shame. Confess your sins. Confess your sins. That is amazing. That is amazing. It didn't have to be this way, right? And maybe from the Western point of view, they looked at it as, if we don't do anything, Ukraine would end up further into the Russian sphere of influence. Hence, we have to do something, the coup being something. When I say that Trump is not giving up this contest of global supremacy, this is the stuff that was going on in Europe like centuries ago, that they've effectively taken to the US and taken to the rest of the world. The difference is we now have nukes. And so, yes, from my point of view, Trump may try to come up with some kind of plan in the short term in regards to, let's say, stopping the bleeding that's taking place and to prevent the regime from utterly, entirely, indefensibly collapsing. That is different than the project of primacy of the US still trying to take over the globe. The deal, and whatever deal they make, will be ripped up the moment that is no longer in our interest to keep that deal. Whatever Russia is going to do, from their angle, from their point of view, they need to ensure this is not Minsk 3. That's the key point. They need to ensure this is not Minsk 3. My guest is here, or at the very least one of them. We are joined with Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson. We are waiting on Chief Fritz. He should be here shortly. Let me just make sure that there were no weirdness in sending the link to him. There he is. I heard a beep. I'm assuming that's him. Let's bring him on. Both gentlemen are here today. How are you guys doing? You guys doing okay?
I'm doing well. If you can hear me okay.
Yes, I can hear you okay. How about you, Colonel?
I'm doing well too.
Oh, there you are. Okay, good. Just want to make sure I can hear you guys both. Just to give the announcement for each, we're joined with Chief Dennis Fritz. He is Command Chief Master Sergeant of the United States Air Force. He was former director of the Eisenhower Media Network with the mission to promote peace and diplomacy over war. While as active duty, he served the principal senior advisor to 4-star commander of the Pacific Air Forces and Air Force Space Command. He also held the additional duty of senior enlisted advisor to the commander of NORAD. He is author of the book Deadly Betrayal: The Truth About Why the United States Invaded Iraq. One of my guests, by the way, was enamored when you were on. She was like, "Oh my God, I have the book." And she immediately brings out the book to show that she has the book. She says, "Oh my God, he's so good." Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson, he is former distinguished visiting professor of government and public policy at the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia. He's also taught for 6 years at the University Honors Program at George Washington University in Washington, D.C. He is also, and probably best known, as retired United States Army Colonel and former Chief of Staff to United States Secretary of State Colin Powell. Gentlemen, I am deeply happy that you guys are with me today. Let's start at the beginning. There's a lot of ideas or a lot of opinions of what took place in regards to the summit in Alaska with Donald Trump. I personally think it was historic, and I personally think there was a there to it. Give me your take. And let's start with you first, Chief Fritz. Give me your thoughts.
Well, I will give you my thoughts by first saying, and I mentioned this before in the past, when you mentioned that it's historic. What I would tell you, back in May of 2023, the Eisenhower Media Network put out a New York Times paid ad. The United States should be a force for peace. And right now, I see that being attempted. And I don't care if you're Republican, Democrat, whoever you are. We should be promoting and trying to support this. No matter how you feel about, President Trump. I'm no fan of President Trump. But we, the United States of America, should be a force for peace. But right now, in the past, we've been a force for war. Mm-hmm. And so I do think it's historic for us to at least attempt. I don't know what's in Trump's mind and heart. Maybe he wants peace so he can get that Nobel Peace Prize. However, I don't care if peace comes about. So I think it is historic. I'm in support of trying to have some form of peace. And let's see what happens.
Colonel Wilkerson, give me your take on this.
Well, I might use the term historic too, but I don't know why it's historic. And that's my problem. I think the New York Times put it in online, and this is really strange for me to praise the New York Times. I think they're a rag, as is the Washington Post and other mainstream media these days. But they summed it up pretty well this morning, if somewhat cavalierly. The Europeans and Zelensky rushed to Washington, knowing full well that Trump listens to the last person who gets his ear. I think that's a very accurate characterization of this. And if you listen to some of the remarks in the Oval Office and elsewhere, you understand why I say that if you didn't have an understanding of it beforehand. So I just don't know why it might be historic. And I'm going to hold my opinion on that adjective and how to interpret it until I see more. And I must see more with respect to not just what I think was historic, but it shouldn't have been. Putin had been saying it was his one condition, literally, for 2 years plus. And that is that Trump backed off the idea of a ceasefire. And let's just parse that for a moment. why on earth would you want a ceasefire in a war that has taken as many casualties as this one has? Why would you want a ceasefire if you were winning overwhelmingly? Think about the past. Ceasefires occurred when, for example, on the Korean Peninsula in 1950, 51, 52, 53, when neither side could win. And both agreed to start talks, did, and prolong them forever, it seemed at the time. But then you got a ceasefire and you got talks about what might occur afterwards. You don't want a ceasefire if you were winning overwhelmingly on the battlefield and that victory has been bought at the cost of lots of blood and treasure, which it certainly has. You do want a ceasefire if you are a deceptive, led by Washington and NATO, Brussels, power that is on the other side of that equation, losing badly, and your entire tactic, strategy even, has been from the beginning to postpone defeat whenever it might occur so you can rearm to re-enter the struggle in a more powerful way. That's a description of Ukraine and the duplicity of Mossad, MI6, and CIA in carrying this out because they are primo in it. They are the instruments of it happening, but it's happening because the empire and its vassal states in Europe have wanted it to happen. So that's something Trump should have recognized a long time ago. I'm glad that he did. A ceasefire, apparently anyway, is out of the question.
It seems like the only reason he recognized it is because of the battlefield situation, that Donbass is going to be lost if they continue on the course that they're going. I mean,
it is lost. It is lost. The Donbass.
They're getting routed.
Yeah,
they're getting routed at this point. I mean, they can't even plug their hose. The moment that they pull from one, the other side reactivates, in which case they can't do all of it at once. So that's the context, right? That's the only reason why Donald Trump all of a sudden is like, okay, let's have this conversation, let's kind of meet, etc. He takes on Putin's framing, at the very least in the way that he's talking about, like you said, we're not doing ceasefire, we're doing a permanent, Ukraine is not going to be in NATO. But we don't know what deal they've made. I mean, and I could be wrong, unless one of you know. I mean, the only thing we're hearing is the US and Europe talk to itself. Russia has not said anything about anything at this point. And the United States is now talking about quote unquote security guarantees for Ukraine. Apparently that was a large part of the conversation they had at the White House. Colonel, what kind of security guarantees can they get for this?
That's a $64,000 question, I think. And I think there has been some conversation.
Jamal, let me make a breaking up.
My information is that Trump talked to Putin, and of course Putin talked to Trump. And I don't know what took place in that conversation, of course, but I imagine that they revisited some of the things, major points they brought up in Alaska, particularly that Putin brought up. And Putin wanted to see just how Trump was handling it vis-a-vis his principal antagonists, if you will, the Europeans and ultimately Zelensky. I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall in that conversation. But all to say that we just have to wait and see, I think, because as we know, Trump's character, particularly in decision-making like this, is mercurial. And he does listen to some of the people he's heard latest and freshest. And those people have just descended on him with, coming from resort areas even. They just shut down their lives momentarily in order to fly to Washington and beard the lion in his den, if you will, and try to stop some of the momentum that you said correctly, I think, Alaska seemed to portend. So I don't know how to go any further than that until we see more events unfold.
Chief, I'm curious on your take on this. I'll tell you my concerns. My concern is that any security guarantee that looks anything like Article 5 is a dead letter. If you're including Europeans in it, it's a dead letter. So I'm mystified by the whole content, like that conversation, Because ultimately, you're going to end up in a situation where you would have to trust, or that you would have to trust that the Europeans wouldn't create a provocation that may drag the entirety of the world into war. Do you have any ideas on how this is even part of the conversation? And by the way, one last thing. Trump is a habitual liar, so take it with a grain of salt. But Trump is running around saying Putin is okay with security guarantees. It's like, really? Is he?
Well, let me just say this. We're all based on opinions and assumptions of what is taking place. As Larry alluded to, right now, we really don't know what's happening. We just can go by what we've seen so far. But let me just give you a fact. One fact is, when you talk about security guarantees, all countries, to include Russia, want security guarantees. We all have security interests. We, United States of America, I've said in the past, we don't have empathy for Russia's, or quite frankly, with others' security interests and needs and guaranteed wants. Now, in regards to Russia and Trump saying that, Putin's okay with security guarantees, well, really, what started this war was Russia's concern about security. Now, I can give you a fact as well. That Donbass region with, Russian-speaking people there, there have been, almost what I would call somewhat of a civil war, going on there in the past. I've been saying and been on record that the Ukrainians will probably have to give up that Donbass region. That's almost a fact now. As Larry mentioned earlier, Russia is winning. Another fact I can give you too is that on record as saying that Russia will win this war, by attrition as well. Now, let me give you another fact when we talk about this war and how it began as well. It goes all the way back to 1991. I think Larry was in the Pentagon at the time as the special assistant to the chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff when Paul Wolfowitz was one of the undersecretary of Secretary of Defense. I think along with a guy who's since passed away, Peter Rodman. They introduced the Defense Planning Guidance, which was really, I think it became known as the Wolfowitz Doctrine, where, the American will have no rival, unquestioned military superiority. And so the beginning of this war was based somewhat on that doctrine, of the neocons, which Wolfowitz put out in 1992, which at the time was shot down by Cheney and I think Powell as well. But, it just goes back. I don't know what's going to happen, but I support a peace initiative. As far as all the European countries coming over and to the United States of America and, like I said, dropping everything they were doing from beautiful places and so forth, I think it was more so to support Zelensky. The last time he was here was a disaster. And so I think they came to support him. Now, when you mentioned earlier about, maybe some European countries, causing a problem or whatever the case may be. There are a couple of them already talking about putting troops on Ukrainian land. Now, I don't know how that's going to go. That remains to be seen as well. But to be quite frank with you, also, when we talk about, how this war started, I can understand the Ukrainian and NATO countries, the NATO countries, have an interest because it's in their backyard. And so I can see them coming over. But I want to add one other thing, Damari. When I watch television and watch the pundits, man, I just hate the politics of everything. You have Democrats saying that you can't trust Putin. He'll probably, after this is all over again, invade another country or whatever the case may be. Well, we don't know that. That's rhetoric. He had a reason. That somewhat makes sense. If we talk about security guarantees, he was concerned about the security interests of his country. He had warned us for years that, hey, look, we can't be pushing NATO up against my door. And let me just remind everybody else of something else, too. There is no longer a Soviet Union. There is no longer a Warsaw Pact. So as you continue to expand NATO, who do you think security interests and needs is impacting? Russia. You think they're dummies? And it goes all the way back to that 1991, 1992 Woolford's doctrine.
Chief,
Bingo, 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 and bingo.
Go ahead. Jump in. You were there.
No, I mean, Dennis is absolutely right. This is long-lived. Goes back at least to that strategy Paul Wolfowitz produced. And by the way, Dennis, it was not just Powell and Cheney. The president of the United States wrote on the document, send this back to the crazies in the basement of the Pentagon. But that president is the last president post-World War II that we have been blessed with, if you will, who understood international relations, strategy, and what the end of the Cold War really meant. It meant a new world order, as he said. That's a direct quote from him, if we were willing to help establish it. That's why, really, he used the UN. The UN used him. Kofi Annan was perfectly in line with this, to go to Iraq in the first war, and why he stopped and didn't pursue it all the way to Baghdad. He was implementing that New World Order with the UN as a powerful force in that New World Order. They didn't like that, as Dennis carefully pointed out. The neocons did not like that at all. They swore vengeance. The first thing they did was get rid of George H.W. Bush, by using essentially Israel and AIPAC, who were really angry at the president. You ready for this? Because he was the last U.S. president to bring the hammer down on Israel, brought it down hard on Israel, and compelled them to go into the meaningful two-state solution process that Oslo was. They didn't like that at all. They screwed that up. And now we know from the Epstein files, I think we're going to see this revealed if Congress gets a brain and lets this stuff come out. We know from those files that Ehud Barak, the then Israeli prime minister, and Bill Clinton, the then U.S. president, were under severe strain probably brought by Israel's Mossad upon them, and so screwed those negotiations up at the last minute. We also know that the Israelis had a U.S. traitor, in my mind, a traitor in Dennis Ross, dual citizen, who was really instrumental in those talks. Dennis is absolutely right. This goes all the way back to that 2001, 2002 document, which George W. Bush resurrected and made the national security strategy of the United States. Thank you very much. And it's been going on ever since then. And Ukraine is part and parcel of that. And Russia has every reason on this earth to be concerned about the duplicity, the deceitfulness, and the treachery of the American empire and its vassals in Europe.
Hey, Jamal, let me just comment one other on something that Larry has said as well. And think about this as you heard the history of this. You get rid of George H.W. Bush, and then who comes in? A Democrat by the name of Bill Clinton, who, guess what? As part of this, he came up, the neocons pushed him into what we call the regime change policy of Iraq. It was Bill Clinton that did that. And let me just add something else, too. You go all the way back when I said it was pushed back, and then Larry even added, with President H.W. Bush pushing and say, hey, send this back to the basement. Well, guess what? Years later, under Son, Wolfers becomes the deputy SecDef. You think he forgot about that strategy he had back in 1990 and 1991, 92? That is why we're here today, where we are.
Okay. Pursuant to that, and I agree with everything all of you said. You have historical context. You were there. I think I was don't know. I was young. I was still in school. I was still in high school. And this
you were
wasn't
13. You were 13 or 14. I know that.
No, I got some age on me. I might have a birthday coming. I'm going to be 48.
You don't look it.
Pursuant to that. Well, thank you. What did it say? Black don't crack. Pursuant to everything both of you just said, and I agree with everything both of you just said, then why should we trust this? And what I mean by that is I can listen to J.D. Vance, where J.D. Vance is like, look, you can take all the weapons. You can buy the weapons from us. We're getting out of it. You can listen to Trump that was in a meeting with Zelensky and his parade of buffoons, where he points out, look, we're not going to be part of this. Europe is going to deal with its own responsibilities. We will assist. Basically, we will lead from the back, and we would allow Europe to effectively try to manage whatever is taking place in this theater. So what Donald Trump is doing is not peace. He's doing a division of labor. The United States and the empire has gotten too expensive. And because it's gotten too expensive, I need you handle one theater, Israel, you handle another, and we will deal and pivot to China, the pivot that they've been wanting to do ever since Obama. Why should we trust this if that's true? Which one? Either one of you can answer first.
Well, I'll just say that Trump is, at least for the first time in a major issue, aligned with some of his promises. That sort of speaks America first. And frankly, with regard to war, and in particular this war, and certainly the war in the Levant too, I subscribe to that. It ought to be America first. I think Marjorie Taylor Greene has stumbled onto a truth with regard to both Ukraine and Gaza. We should not be spending millions, billions of dollars on these wars when the American people are in sore need, especially the lower 50%. So that's Trump being true to at least one of his purposes, if you will. Let's go back to security guarantees for a moment, because I just want to make one point.
Okay.
Putin was not necessarily opposed to security guarantees. That's my reading of the Alaska meeting and the subsequent phone call. Mm-hmm. But there are different kinds of security guarantees. Take, for example, if you were to deploy the Chinese in force on the border. I don't think Putin would object to that. Or if you were to deploy another more or less neutral force from some other region, not a NATO force at all, in order to keep the peace, as it were, and it's going to have to be kept because I will guarantee Ukraine will not keep it. Look at their history. Just look at their recent history back to prior to World War II, and you'll see that they produced some of the most bloodthirsty partisans. The Azov Battalion is a perfect example, and the Azov Battalion, Putin's right in this. There are far more Nazi and Nazi-like people in Ukraine than MI6, CIA, Mossad will admit to. Why? Because they have been working with them. Ever hear of Operation Paperclip? Yeah. We worked with them too, but Ukraine has been working with Nazi and Nazi-like groups for a long, long time. So the disturber of the peace, if you will, if there is a peace, will be Ukraine, not Russia. Russia has no desire whatsoever to make any more inroads on NATO that might provoke a real war with NATO, which has nuclear overtones. And it has no desire for any more of Ukrainian territory because it knows these people are there. And it doesn't want to have to rule these people. I hesitate to call them people. They're beasts, but they're powerful beasts, and they are what's backing Zelensky and what's threatening Zelensky with if he doesn't do what they want him to do. So the peace will be kept by Russia, but not by Ukraine. So the peacekeeping forces have to be neutral. They can't be NATO because he doesn't trust NATO. They can't be European because he doesn't trust Western European. So he would be fine with a security guarantee to keep the Ukrainians at bay on the line that'll be established if they were non-NATO, non-affiliated with Washington, London, Berlin, and France.
Jamal, let me just comment on that. Larry just hit a home run on something that I had written some notes. I am so sick and tired of the pundits talking about we can't trust Putin. We can't trust Putin. Well, guess what? As Larry alluded to, Putin can't trust us.
Right.
We broke the Iranian nuclear deal. We expanded NATO. We stopped a peace between Zelensky and Putin, Boris Johnson, if you will. It goes all the way back to Victoria Nuland. We've mentioned that name before. Can we be trusted? Sometimes you have to look yourself in the mirror. Now, we keep talking about Trump. Listen, as I said before, I don't care what's in Trump's heart. If you're looking for peace, I'm going to support that. Why I think he wants peace so bad, as I mentioned and alluded to earlier, he wants that Nobel Peace Prize. But if it brings peace, I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Give him the prize. Give him the prize if he brings peace.
Yeah, exactly. I'm no fan of his, but if he brings peace because he wanted for his ego, I'm okay. It saves us a whole bunch of money, but more importantly, it saves a lot of lives.
And frankly,
I want what?
I hate to
go
say this because I voted for President Obama twice, but
Uh-huh.
Obama got the Peace Prize, and come to the end of the 8 years, I don't think he deserved it.
He wasn't
And
even in
see,
office.
you're right.
They gave it to him. They gave it to him before he took office. They were just like, we're trying to get rid of Bush. We wanted to stink out the office.
Yeah.
Let's give it to Obama.
Yeah.
Look, I appreciate the optimism. I do. I honestly do. I guess what I'm getting at,
Let
though,
me
is-
stop you now. Hold now. When you say you appreciate the optimism, like I
I
said
do.
now, we don't know what's going to happen. We're just telling you we support that peace movement, the peace initiative, based on, like I said, that 2023 piece we wrote, the U.S. to be a force for peace. Okay. Trump is trying it. Okay. The Eisenhower Media Network, Larry and I, we've been in the military, spent many of years in the Pentagon. We got the T-shirt. We're part of Eisenhower Media Network because we've seen war. We've seen the policies of the past. So we deossified and we want detox, and we want to see peace. So we're optimists. We're hopeful. Okay. We're hopeful for peace. But right now, we don't know what's going to happen, but we are hopeful.
Okay. Well, can we at least accept what Donald Trump says and what JD Vance says on this whole issue of peace? This idea of, again, it's America first, agreed. But that's
I
not really
agree
what
with
people
that.
voted for. But that's not what people voted for. Meaning people didn't vote for, well, let's sell weapons in order to keep a war going, or sell weapons to Europe that we probably don't even have at this point. It takes a while to replenish, but sell weapons to Europe so Europe can be eaten alive in a Russian wood chipper, or so Europe can somehow go to war with the Russians. The entire point was in the war. Meaning Donald Trump's argument is, if Europe wants to pay in order to keep the war going, fair enough. They can buy weapons from us, we'll do it. As opposed to, I'm ending the war, I'm walking if they don't come to a deal, and I'm stopping all the weapon shipments that are going to Ukraine. Those are two very different things. That's the kind of point that I'm making. Or do you disagree with it? Tell me if you disagree. Either way.
I agree with what you said to the point you ended it. I don't know what Trump thinks about Europe's future. Now, I'll tell you what I think about Europe's future, and I've been on this tack for some years. In fact, I briefed the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff on this, and I briefed the Secretary of State on this. NATO is kaput. It's finished. It is an alliance that is long past its sell-by date. It has no real enemy. It tried to manufacture one in Russia. It tried to manufacture one, and Jamal, it is now trying to manufacture, and the Italians are the latest to learn of this. It's now trying to manufacture a new mission for NATO, which is to take China on.
Yeah.
We are building on precious land in Italy, and there's a big movement against it, as you might imagine. Italy's not creating any new land. Facilities for the military that have nothing to do with NATO, qua NATO, that is the original NATO mission, and everything to do with dragging NATO into a war with China along with us. Now, when NATO members awaken to this a little more brightly and brilliantly, which they will with the second tranche of leaders that are going to replace people like Merz and Starmer and Macron and all across the panoply almost, although there's some countries like Hungary, Romania, increasingly Slovakia that understand what's happening and don't want to have anything to do with it. We're going to find that NATO is broken and dead, truly broken and dead. And the transatlantic relationship, and this is my concern, which was part and parcel with NATO, will go with it. It shouldn't. We should not sever our relations with Europe in that significant a fashion. And we should leave our nuclear umbrella over them because we don't want them building nuclear weapons any more than they already have. Certainly don't want Germany building them. So this is dangerous, what we're doing. Not recognizing that NATO is moribund, dead in the water, needs to be discarded, and its leaders with it. That's a problem too, because these leaders have posh jobs. Jens Stoltenberg didn't want to go. He'd go into the sunset for a replacement. And now Rutte doesn't want to go. None of these people. Ursula, she doesn't want to go. None of them want to go because they have posh lives, really posh lives. And those lives depend on the United States more than they do on their own people. So They don't want this to go away, but it's going away. And if we don't do something to manufacture out of whole cloth, if necessary, for them or with them, a new security architecture, a European security identity, which is feasible and workable and manageable, not one that builds arms to galore and becomes the world's largest arms merchant, but one at least that can take care of itself, we're going to lose Europe, and Europe in a big way. And it's not going to be to Russia or to China. It's going to be to their own historically cacophonous and bloody past. And that's not going to be a good development for Russia, ultimately China, or for North America.
Chief,
let me just
I
go back.
thought that the United States, real quick, I thought the United States wanted to use NATO as a power projection device into Europe. Are we really willing to give that up?
Wait a minute, say that one more time.
So,
well, if you're
NATO
asking me, yes, that has been the purpose, as Dennis said. That has been the instrument of our world hegemony. First reestablished over Europe, and then used to bring regime change in Moscow, and then regime change in Beijing. Those are preposterous objectives. Just listen to what I said. We, the pipsqueak empire in the world now, are going to take on the empire in the world, China, allied with a second force that has 6,000 nuclear warheads, allied now with another force that has 1 billion plus people called India. This is idiocy.
And let me just mention, I'm going to remind you again, Jamal, there's no longer a Warsaw Pact. There's no longer a Soviet Union, the counters of NATO at the time. And something that Larry said earlier, I'll repeat again as part of the historical perspective. As part of that Wolfowitz doctrine back then, part of that too, I was in OSD, Office of Secretary of Defense of Policy at the time. We had already started looking at China. 2008, we were already looking at China. Listen, let's look at the historical perspective. Go back to the Nixon administration. When we opened the door with China, hey, we saw some free labor, some cheap labor over in China. Then all of a sudden, China became a competitor. You know, China said, hey, we become a quasi-capitalist country, quasi, if you will. Then all of a sudden, they started getting smart in something that Nixon helped create. And all of a sudden, China now is an adversary. Come on, United States of America. We just want, it's in our, as I've stated before, it's in our United Kingdom genes. You know, we just want to control the world. Come on, America. Work with China. Work with Russia. China used to be non-interventionist, but what happened to change that? We, the United States of America, want to control their neighborhood.
You know, I was rereading John le Carré's book, The Tailor of Panama, last night. And I came across this page that is just pure truth, written in John le Carré's kind of toss-off way about MI6 and the British intelligence service in general. But nonetheless, as his other books, The Spy Who Came In From the Cold, The Little Drummer Girl, and so forth, there is so much truth in there. And what he says here is in the mouth of the veteran MI6 individual who is bringing on board MI6 the agent that the book is going to be about, The Tailor of Panama. And he tells this agent, you're going to Panama. I'm going to Panama? Why would I want to go to Panama? This is a bright new British agent, right? Why would I want to go there? Because the United States has left it. It's left it and it doesn't understand. It's left one of the most strategic areas in the world and it's turned it over to a bunch of brown people who haven't got a clue, who are penuriously stupid, who have crime and drugs and everything. We, the British, need to lead the Americans. So you're going to Panama to start something so the Americans will come back. This is quintessential truth. That's what the British do. They cannot have their empire back, so they have it through us.
Exactly. We are the child. And they're living their dream, as I've said before in the past, as some of us who, I was a basketball, fanatic. I lived my dream, hoping my son and pushed him to make it to the NBA where I didn't. Where UK, They're no longer the power, but their child is, who ran away from home, by the way, if you know what I mean.
That is, wow, that is wild. Is there anything else on this one that I want to hit before we go? So let me see. We hit from the Russian point of view in this. How do they prevent another Minsk 3? I mean, as you pointed out, Chief, ultimately you've had Minsk 1, Minsk 2, the JCPOA, which they tossed off. You've had the INF treaty that they effectively thrown away. And now Trump is saying, hey, trust me. I'm an honest guy. You can shake my hand and we can make a deal. Obviously, they can't. Because, again, I don't believe that the objective is peace. If you're Putin and you see Trump is not talking about peace, Trump is talking about managing the world through proxies, using Europe as a proxy in this case. He sees Azerbaijan and Armenia, that the United States is making a deal with them in order to effectively screw Russia and its soft underbelly, not to mention Iran for that matter. This is the world you're looking at. These guys they pulled out the INF treaty in 2019. You know they've blown off both Minsk 1 and 2. You know they've blown off the Istanbul agreements. They have not lived up to any particular deal. And you also probably would know that the moment that the U.S. gets some level of advantage, that deal is gone. How do you prevent this from being Minsk 3? Because otherwise he's going to keep going.
Here's our problem. Here's our problem. As I'll give another example that I mentioned earlier. Once again, I will say, I don't know what's in Trump's mind. I don't know what's in his heart. I do know, just from my opinion, he wants peace. He wants to go down in history. I made peace, whether it be in the Middle East, I made peace in Europe. Okay. I really believe that, no matter what the reason is. For some reason, Jamal, I feel like you don't believe that.
I don't believe it. I just don't. Yeah. Donald Trump is a habitual liar. In fact,
but hold on. But he's a egotistical maniac.
Right,
he
who
wants
makes stuff
peace
up
just so he can say, Obama, I got mine. And I got mine by truly making peace, not by being just given to you as you're walking in the door. And then you had more wars, just like the previous administration. I want peace so I can show Obama I got it by making peace. Okay, if you do it, I don't care. The concern is once he leaves office, just like Obama, which Larry helped out on with Obama and them, they had the Iran nuclear deal, the JCPOA. Right. Another administration comes in and break that. So Russia has all the right in the world. Can he trust this? We need to put this on paper, but then some other administration can be. Listen, that's why I'm changing subject. That's why you got to get money out of politics, because you're going to have the military industrial complex that want to keep these things going on, because that's how they make money. You're going to have the neocons that's going to come in and try to support and throw money at folks that are running for office. And then it's us. We need to look at ourselves in the mirror. So I truly believe, once again, opinion. We don't know what's in Trump's mind, but I truly believe, just because of his egotistical mind, that he wants peace. Whether he cares about NATO, whether he cares about the people of Ukraine or the people of Russia, it's him. It's all about him. Okay? So I really think he wants peace. But at the same time, what happens after he leaves office? Is that peace permanent?
To be fair, that question was more so, how do you prevent Minsk 3? Meaning, let's say for the moment that Donald Trump does want peace. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, which again, I'm very skeptical of, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. As you point out, a new president come in, is the Democratic president. Europe is like, daddy's back. Daddy's back home. America is back on the world stage, like they were doing with Joe Biden. Oh, thank God Joe Biden is back. And Joe Biden has no interest, or whatever the new Democratic president is fully in this mindset that it was Russia that got Donald Trump elected, that Trump and Putin were buddies with this kind of love affair somewhere in the back room that didn't tell anybody. Meaning they have a worldview and an ideology, and they are perfectly okay with doing everything once again to restart some kind of conflict, or at the very least to antagonize Russia. And assuming if you have some kind of, well, let's take the part out. I guess my point is, how does Putin, who has seen Minsk 1 and 2 get tossed, has seen Istanbul agreements get tossed, has seen the INF treaties get tossed, where one president or the other, the next one comes in and rips it up. How does he ensure that this is not another Minsk? And the reason why I'm asking that is because if their team comes to the conclusion this is another Minsk, then the war continues. There's no situation that I think the Russians are going to go into another Minsk agreement again. I think he said it once before. I was suckered by the West. Angela Merkel, Hollande has said themselves, we suckered Putin. A deal that was supposed to end the conflict was effectively used to build up a huge Ukrainian military, the largest in Europe. And a lethal one, considering there's like 150,000 dead Russians over the course of the war, despite the number of Ukrainians that are killed. So that's the context of the question. That I will postulate, for the sake of this question, that Donald Trump wants a deal. From the Russian point of view, though, it needs to last. And it can't be used to succor them and put them at a disadvantage again. How do they prevent that? Because I guarantee you that's the question they're having.
Let me offer a very short answer to that before Dennis weighs in. Security guarantees. Putin has to have security guarantees, and they have to be pretty solid. One of the guarantees is no NATO. In Ukraine.
Yeah.
Another of the guarantees is no semblance of NATO around the borders of Ukraine, poised to act like 100,000 U.S. troops, which ought to be brought home immediately back to the United States. Another indicator of that might be a neutral force, if we need a force, to patrol the zone of no contact. All those things are security guarantees. They aren't infallible, but they're better than what Putin has right now. What's his security guarantee right now? The best army on the face of the earth, with great equipment and weapons, great industrial base behind it, a booming economy, and basically, for now anyway, the Russian people in majority behind him. That's his greatest security base, topped ultimately by 6,000 nuclear warheads.
Right.
That's the kind of assurance Putin needs.
And just to be clear, this will be a new security architecture of Europe.
It could be. It could be.
And that's the purpose of negotiations, Jamal. You know, you have to negotiate. And I go back, and Larry hit a home run again. Something I said earlier. Every country needs security guarantees, to include Russia. And we've seen the United States of America not to be able to empathize with that. I'll say it again. I've said it before. The May 2023 New York Times piece ad, we paid for it. We have a diagram in there, United States of America. If Russia had forces and nuclear weapons in Mexico and Canada, the United States of America, will lose our minds and go back to the Kennedy years in Cuba.
Yep.
No more said. We will lose our minds.
Just to be clear, you're saying that the United States wouldn't say that Mexico is an independent government and Mexico can do whatever it wanted.
No, I'm just telling you.
No,
I'm joking when I'm saying that. I'm agreeing exactly.
Okay. Just visualize what we're doing to Russia.
Yeah.
Surrounding them. And then if Ukraine becomes a part of NATO, then guess what? You can possibly put nuclear weapons on Ukraine, and the response time for Russia, that is their security interest. They need that security guarantee. So what I'm saying to you, think how we would feel, think how our government will react. We already have an example, Cuba missile crisis. Think if Russia had missiles. I'm just saying if Mexico was an ally of Russia and they had nuclear weapons and troops in Mexico and likewise in Canada. Right now, that's not probable, but I'm just saying, just look at that. How would we react?
No, I'm
look at how we're reacting, for example, and I don't necessarily agree with the reasons for Trump reacting this way. Maybe I disagree somewhat with what he suggested we might do, but I can't go too far even in that because of the way fentanyl and other drugs are threatening us about putting troops in Mexico to fight drug cartels. You think we wouldn't do it 10 times as much to fight nuclear weapons allied with China or Russia?
Yeah.
I mean, this is
Yeah.
preposterous. We simply have no empathy, Jamal.
No empathy.
We can't
None.
put ourselves in our potential adversary's head or even our friend's head and think like them.
Is it empathy or is it empire? I mean,
Well, it's
I guess from
both.
my point of view, it's
Both
just we
of
just
them.
don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah.
EM fits them both.
It's the both. There you go, Larry. As I said, just think Wolford's doctrine. Just think that. And also just think we have no, listen, as Larry said, our friends. Lindsey Graham had I forgot what country in Europe told them that, hey, if you try to arrest Bibi Netanyahu, we will destroy your economy. He told that to friends of ours. That's the empower portion of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
We don't care. We think we should rule everything. We don't care. We need to look ourselves in the mirror. And this is why Larry and I exist. This is why the Eisenhower Media Network exists, to be able to tell that story from what we've seen inside of the Pentagon. Larry more so than me. And so we're putting ourselves out there to do whatever we can to educate the American people to look ourselves in the mirror.
Colonel Wilkerson, how did this become the norm? I understand 9/11, I understand George Bush. Did it just momentum, one president to the next, and they just keep the momentum going? Like, because at some point, as you pointed out, the first George Bush was like, this is nonsense. You people are idiots. Get this off my desk. The second George Bush was like, hey, this is a fantastic idea. Let's reshape the Middle East to American power. And somewhere along the way, the next president, Obama, the next president after that, meaning one president after the next fell exactly in line with, let's say, a Congress and everything else that fundamentally agreed with the policy, and it just became a normal US policy going forward. I would argue this was on some level of policy going all the way back in time. I mean, the kill squads in South America, for example, the Iran-Contra deal. Like, but just in the modern era, what were the mechanics that were taking place in regards to the government? Was it just a new government comes into place, 9/11 kicks off, and you immediately have a justification to do it?
No, this is what I taught. And essentially, it has its beginnings before World War II in terms of mindset amongst a certain group of people. Call them the original neoconservatives. Call them fascists. Many of them were. Many of them pitched in with Hitler and would have stayed with Hitler had he really won. That is, had he not invaded France and signed his own death warrant when he invaded Russia. They would have stayed with him. These people have always been with us. They've been with us since the French and Indian Wars, actually, but they've been subdued. Once 1945 occurred and we became a very different nation, I tell my students that in the history of empire, there is probably very little example in 5,000 years of that history and hundreds of empires across it of a situation like we had in 45. Where one reason is because Genghis Khan, for example, or the Mughals or the Mongols or the Ottomans or the Byzantines, they didn't span the world. The first empire to do that really was Britain. And do we take a lot of our legacy and instruction from Britain? You better believe we do. As I said, they're still there using us when they can and where they can. But we were different in the sense that we were globally powerful in an instant. In 1945, we had 52% of the world's gross domestic product. And those who could challenge us were prostrate at our feet. Even our allies. The Soviets were wrecked. The Japanese were pummeled and depleted and destroyed. Other people were hurting. The French were hurting. The British were hurting. They were losing their empire. We were the most powerful in the world in an instant. We didn't go to school on that at all. We just, if we hadn't had the Soviet Union to oppose us, Jamal, and keep us in check, we would have destroyed ourselves in a generation. Guarantee you. Guarantee you. Just study the history of empire. So that's the first thing, is this insidious group of people we have in our country, which we just happen to now label neoconservatives. Some of them are anything but that. They're fascists. They're real evil people. And the other thing is the dimension of empire and its dismissal from the world. we're being dismissed, and we're being dismissed by the East, by the Chinese, now because of our stupidity, allied with the Russians, and further stupidity, probably allied with the Indians, about 2/3 of the freaking world.
Yeah.
We are going down, Jamal. And all of that is part of the warp and woof of the answer to your question. What do we do about it? We don't have leadership to do anything about it positive right now.
And let me just add to that, when you talk about leadership, when you talk about World War II and the end of it, here comes the military-industrial complex as a profiteering weapons-making system. Eisenhower warning.
Yep.
Here comes, when we talk about the neoconservatives, and you talk about, the part of the Wolfowitz doctrine, when all of a sudden these neoconservatives were once Democrats, rush over to Reagan to be a part of this world dominance. And so then you look at a perfect plan to control the media, to tell that story, to get us behind that. And so it changed because of the fact that politics, the weapons manufacturing system, all became money-making organizations. And that created all this. Every war is about, minerals, oil, the profiteering. And all I can say is that, we just want to continue to educate the people. Going back to your original question, Jamal, Russia has a right to be suspecting our intentions, to be suspecting what happens after Trump leaves, if he does indeed make peace. We, the United States of America, look ourselves in the mirror.
One last question before I let both of you go.
Jamal, let me just put some
Please. No, please.
data behind what he just said.
Please.
90% of the PRC, the China's oil, goes to it via ship. 90%. And there's no sanctions can touch that. 60% of the rare earth metals in the world come from China. 90%, and this is the key statistic, of the finished product comes from China. So they have a monopoly on that. We can't have a Defense Department without that. 60% of, 7 out of 10 electrical vehicles, and they're much better in most cases than ours, are made in China. 7 of 10. In other words, 70% of the EVs in the world. The PRC, China, has 1 million charging stations. The US has 1/60th of that. Wow. China last year spent $38 billion exploring for oil, 2 times the amount that ExxonMobil and Chevron together spent. China is the #1 power in the world today, period.
Wow.
And they don't have military forces around the world.
Bingo.
Well, that might be why.
When I suggested to the UN General Assembly the other day that China be asked to not only take the UN headquarters and move it to Shanghai, where it would be much better place in terms of bullet trains, getting around, all the things diplomats at the UN like to do, a cushy life, in other words. And it would send a signal. And at the same time, China should put 100,000 troops into Israel and dare the Israeli Defense Force to raise their rifles.
That's where I was going to pivot to. That's exactly what I was pivoting to. So there are, let's say there's some people who come to an assessment that part of the reason that Trump wants to, let's say, settle the issue in Ukraine is because we can't maintain this kind of fight in multiple places. We saw what happened last time when Israel got their clock clean. Effectively, they got a rude awakening. It's like, hey, we've been spending all of this time murdering babies, and so we can take on Iran. Oh my God, they're an actual proper military. They had a wake-up call. And I would imagine on some level, the US also had a wake-up call because Donald Trump full well believed that the decapitation strike that was taking place was going to take down the Iranian government. I mean, hell, Pezeshkian who I consider to be Israel's greatest weapon, was even injured in that attack. So the belief is that, okay, the US realizes that we can't supply multiple wars at once, at least not anymore, despite the fact the military doctrine was supposed to be able to fight 2 wars, medium size. But we can't do both. So we need to settle one so we can go into the other. In this case, either the completion of Gaza in the way that Israel sees it, or once again, trying their luck with Iran. What do you think about that? Is that too cynical? What are your thoughts?
Well, there's some cynicism there that I don't like, but then cynicism seems to be an adjective that describes, or a noun that describes America more increasingly. You know what the State Department did yesterday, I'm told? They are now refusing, and I'm told this is Rubio's order, they're refusing any kind of access to the United States for Palestinian children who are badly wounded or starving to death or whatever. So we will not even take Palestinian youngsters into the United States for medical care.
Yep.
Think about when Roosevelt refused to let the Jewish ship land in the United States. I think it was in 1939, when they were floating out at sea trying to find someone to take them because they feared what Hitler was doing in Germany. Rightfully so, as it turned out. This is incredible that we're doing this. So if we're turning to one more, shutting down one more, at least in terms of our participation, in order to go to the other one, whether it includes Iran or not, that would be a total catastrophe. That'd be the end of the empire. 10 years, I'd give the empire, and it would be over if we take on Iran in a significant way in the Levant. But we're turning to that war in order to apparently, as you said, give Bibi Netanyahu his victory, a victory that will be Pyrrhic indeed, because the Israeli state is collapsing around his shoulders, even as I speak.
You really think it's collapsing? I mean, I understand that the people are in street protests. I think it was like 1 million people, which is astonishing for Israel. I mean, it's only a country of what, 8.8 million people? So you have
we're talking about 14 million, 7 million of whom are Jews, and 7 million are Palestinian Arabs or Christians, in essence. And we're talking about now, everyone in the world understands what Israel's motivation and aim is. It's Greater Israel. It's Iraq. It's Jordan. It's Syria. It's Egypt. It's Greater Israel. Get out a map of Greater Israel. Netanyahu has published one, and look at it. They want everybody. Yeah, they want everybody's land in the region. Iraq too. I don't know if I mentioned Iraq.
Well, by the way, they don't even hide it at this point.
No,
I mean they openly say it.
Yeah.
That's
it's
wild.
Incredible. Which brings me back to my original point, which everybody thinks I'm crazy, including John Mearsheimer and a host of other people who are intelligent people. They think Israel's using us. Bull crap. We're using Israel. The empire wants this because if Israel owns all that land, we don't have to worry about it. We don't have to worry about the oil or anything else.
I am happy I found somebody that agrees on this point. They're our proxy. Like that's the way I saw it. It's like we're using them as a proxy in order to kind of do this thing in the Middle East.
Hey, them just mentioned this, and I know Larry and I've had this discussion, and like I said, I have mixed emotions because Larry has always believed this, you know. I just have a hard time now, only because Larry said, Larry me.
Go into it.
But no, I just have to say, originally, early on, I think they were our proxy. I really do. I do think so because, listen, I'll be doggone if Biden told us that, you know, if there was no Israel, we would have had to create one.
Right.
And that falls exactly what Larry is saying. However, like I said, just think about this for a moment. Whoever these forces are, you know, the Zionists, if you will, we look at us right now. We are a child of the Brits, the UK, you know. We are really a proxy for them, if you will. They're happy to see us do some of this stuff. It's in our genes, okay? Likewise, I think what has happened is we have a child in the Israel, in the Zionists that we can no longer control, I think is the problem. I think originally they were our proxy. That was the intent. But now I think it's got out of hand where we can't control them. They're out of hand now.
I don't disagree with that, Dennis. If you'll call it the Jewish lobby writ large. because I don't think it necessarily is connected with that lobby's purchase of congressmen and other people in the country, which does take place. But I'm increasingly of a mind that Congress is feckless anyway. So who cares?
Yeah.
What is changed, and you just insinuated this, and I think you're right. What has changed is these dual citizens, these oligarchs who are Jewish billionaires, and some billionaires who aren't Jewish but are allied with them, they constitute the deep state now. And they are very much what you said. They don't give a crap about the United States. They don't give a crap about anything in the world except making money. And they see what's happening with China and fear it greatly. So they're using every tool at their beck and call. The one in the Levant is Israel, in order to stop this power shift. They do not want China to win. And the absolutely pitiful thing about this is China does not want to win. It just wants to be left alone to do what it does best, which is to beat the crap out of us.
And not militarily.
No, don't want military action at all.
I know, but economic primacy is on some level industrial military primacy also. Like the entire
Only
point
if
of,
you connect the two. Only if you connect the two. Look at Switzerland, one of the most successful economic powers in the world with mountains all around it. Didn't even get into World War II because it made money off Hitler. At the same time, it was maintaining its peace and its integrity. And it helps to have those mountains and to have every Swiss citizen with a machine gun in his closet and ready to come out and destroy whoever tries to take them. Might be suicide, but Hitler knew it would take 20 or 30 divisions to take Switzerland, and he wasn't ready to do that. So,
but to be fair, we're a capitalist country, and that capitalist country has a certain bias and methodology in the way that which it operates. And
well,
as you point out, bankers.
Marx said, you give them enough rope, they'll hang themselves. And we seem to be proving that. You know, predatory capitalism turns into monopoly, turns into shitty products at a major price, turns into a huge maldistribution of wealth, and you destroy yourself. I think in that vein, Marx was right.
And let me just say this. When we talk about wealth, and we're talking about the United States is the most powerful and the richest country in the world. Well, go to China, go to Japan.
Yeah.
Go to some of these other countries and see what riches look like. And then come back over here to the United States of America. You know, the rich, the old saying keeps getting richer. Yes, we are rich, but it's only a few of us that are rich.
Exactly.
And the other thing,
you look at that in Dennis's, in support of what he just said, you look at that video that's making the rounds now, not in the mainstream media, of Chinese bullet trains. Here's the average Chinese citizen hurtling along at 200 miles an hour in absolute comfort. And they can go from here to here to here to here all over the country. And it's safe and it's efficient and it's effective. And look at us. Amtrak goes bonkity, bonkity, bonkity. You know, it's crazy. If you go to China now, you go in many cases all the way from Uzbekistan to Turkmenistan to Dushanbe to Ulaanbaatar to all those Samarkand, you'll see an entirely different world. And it's a world that is getting richer and richer. And even if it's autocratic, like many of the stands, it's taking care of their people on a better level, medically, educational wise, and so forth, than we are.
Yeah. And we demonize that because they want to keep us ignorant, Jamal. They want to keep us ignorant. And that's where I talk about the media. When Larry said, hey, you won't see that in the mainstream media because they want to keep the majority of our people ignorant to what's going on in the world. I don't know the percentage, but there was a percentage of a small percentage of they're saying of American citizens. I think I may have heard Larry said he may know this or whatever, and I can pull it up, but of American people who have never left the United States of America to see for themselves how the rest of the world is.
Yeah, I haven't seen anybody in Malaysia. I've seen no Americans. I've seen none. So.
To a certain extent, Americans do, by and large, travel in Europe, and they see it better there. Yeah. Whether they're in the south of France or they're in Germany or whatever. You know, I was in a taxi with a Dane in Copenhagen, And I asked him, I said, what do you were just come out on a poll as the happiest country in the world. Are you happy? And he spoke fluent English. He turned around, looked over the taxi at a light, and he said, I'm really not. I mean, I know it says we're happy and everything, but boy, our taxes are just off the chart and everything. My wife leaned across the seat and said, you have free health care. Your kids can go to any school of their choice that they can qualify for. You have decent streets. Look at these streets. You have decent business, restaurants, things like that. What is it you're unhappy about? He said, you know, you got a point.
And what I don't understand, why is it so bad to want to have free health care to help people survive and live? I'll say it again. I've said it before. You will have Larry and me in our past history of being in the military to go off to give our lives to save your life, Jamal. But yet you can have doctors and nurses that don't have to sacrifice their lives, but to provide health care to the poor to save their lives. But you'll ask me to give my life to save your life through war.
To the original thing. Capitalist country.
Just think about that. I just ask our American people just to think about, use their own critical thinking, because they don't want us to do that. We can go to war and we can die to save you, to save our country. But yet, oh my gosh, it's a criminal mind to think that we should provide free health care to save somebody's life and improve their quality of life.
And Jamal,
my complete agreement.
I don't really think it's capitalism that does this, unless you believe Marx's progression. I think it's what I call predatory capitalism that does this. And government oversight and unions keep it from becoming predatory. We've destroyed the government oversight and we've destroyed the unions or brought them into complicity with the businesses. So we've got a mess.
Right. Let me just one other thing. I've been thinking about this. Our capitalist society, they will work our people to death and say, hey, you can retire at one time, 65, and enjoy your life. But think about that. I can't retire until I'm 65. Now they want to change that. There's no longer a retirement system. We're going to work you to death, but you're going to have to include in your retirement system. Think about, when you talk about unions, think about everything has been taken away from the American worker to include their benefits and their compensation. Think about all that has been taken away. And
to give to the billionaires.
Yeah, there you go. And to follow the path of my conservative friend, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Israel have free education, subsidized, and free healthcare and subsidized education. But whoa, we can't do that here. But we can give Israel all our money.
Look, I do buy the progression argument. I think it's logical. I think all things have been equal. If you have a society that has a bias, you have people who are going to get rich. Those people are going to want control of media, the political space. And what are they going to do? They're going to go after the devices that try to inhibit their ability to make more. Meaning it's not like they think to themselves, how can we rationally balance this out? Well, we could be rich in it. They think of it in terms of unions are against our interests. They are trying to keep wages high. We don't want wages to be high because the more we have to pay in wages, the less money we effectively get. We can pay politicians because we have the money to pay politicians, which would allow them to change the media space or the political space.
They have lobbyists.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's a logical thing where rational human beings in a system that says this is okay will behave in ways that they think is okay to their best interests. It's not, I could be wrong, but
no, I think you're right.
Our system is this way. Like, this is kind of just the outcome.
I'll vote for you for Secretary of the Treasury.
No, you don't want me. You don't want me. Guys, I have thoroughly enjoyed this. I really have, and I thank you for this. And just people will know, Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson, and I want Chief Fritz. I'll go with Chief Fritz because otherwise I'm going to mess it up. But Dennis Fritz, he's retired Command Chief Master Sergeant of the United States Air Force. He was former director of the Eisenhower Media Network with the mission to promote peace and diplomacy over war. And I want to go to Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson. He is the former distinguished visiting professor of government and public policy at the College of William & Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia. He also taught for 6 years at the University Honors Program at George Washington University in Washington, D.C. He is also and probably best known as retired United States Army Colonel and former Chief of Staff for for U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell.
And
Gentlemen,
Jamal, let me just
your
mention
boy.
how cool and youthful Larry Wilkerson is looking. He looks so cool and youthful.
Yeah, right.
He always does. He always does. He always does. You guys have
Tell that to the old face.
you gentlemen have a fantastic rest of your day. And thank you,
You
for
too.
this. I really do
Thanks for
appreciate
having
it. I always enjoy these conversations.
You
Thank
too. And I wasn't kidding. I'll vote for you. You run for something.
I am perfectly okay with my channel. I'm perfectly good to it.
Bye-bye.
Have a good one,
Take
guys.
care.
Be safe. Thank you.
Mhm.
All right. Great guests. Great guests. I always enjoy talking to them. I always appreciate them. It's like they've been behind the veil. And I think it was Chief Fritz. He was like, we've been detoxed. we've been drinking our juices, and we're now coming out saying we need peace. I can deeply appreciate that. I greatly appreciate that. Well, we have come to the end. We've had a damn good show today. If I'm being honest, I talk too much with Kit. Sometimes I was like, okay, you expanded this too long. But all things being equal, great show, great guests. Warwick, Kit, and distinguished gentlemen, extraordinary men. Commander Fritz, or Chief Fritz, and Colonel Wilkerson. Colonel Wilkerson. One more, Caleb. That clip is hard to watch today. That clip is very hard to watch today. Let me go to my guest. Let's go to Sparky. Sparky, people say Ukraine is run by neo-Nazis. Yeah, kind of. But propped up by Western Cold War intel, their lineage goes unbroken. Yes. All the way back to the actual Nazis. Come on. Okay, let me read it here. Okay, I can't see that there. Lineage is unbroken all the way back to the actual Nazis. So they're Nazis, not neo-Nazis. That's fair. I guess it's just they're new Banderites. I think Mark calls them Banderites. But yeah, I mean, these guys are hardcore, right? The picture of the guy that was walking through the store had all the tattoos on his head. And I was like, I wonder, does this guy have a wife? And people were like, yeah, he does have a wife, but she has more tattoos. She's bigger than he is. Yeah, those people are terrifying. Those people are terrifying. And the idea that we resurrected that nonsense. By the way, I don't know if you guys saw this clip. So when Mertz decided to speak up to Trump, to tell him, well, we need this, we need that. And I was thinking to myself, why are you talking, dude? Why are you talking? Your country is basically owned by the United States. What's her name? What is her name? Meloni. When I say she has no X that gives, like meaning she is not one of those people that holds in what she thinks all that well, whatever she's thinking shows on her face. Look at this. This is fantastic. And by the way, this is not AI. This is real.
And let's try to put pressure on Russia, because the credibility of these efforts we are undertaking today are depending on at least a ceasefire from the beginning of the serious negotiations from next step on. So I would like to emphasize this aspect and would like to see a ceasefire from the next meeting, which should be a trilateral meeting wherever it takes place.
Well, we're going to let the president go.
Ooh, even had a nervous, like a twitch. Like she's tightening her jaws. She's looking up like, why is this asshole talking? I just want to get out of
over
here.
and talk to the president.
To work on that.
And by the way, in the other clip or the other picture where all of these guys were together, look at her. She's in the corner right here. That's her in the corner. It's hard to see her, but she's the one with the arms folded. Everybody else is at least taking a political stance. She's just like, God, why am I here? Why am I here? This is humiliating. Why am I here? Why am I here? Just why am I here? So, yeah, there's that. But Sparky, fair point. Fair point, Sparky. And this one is Jamal, invite Ibrahim Traore as a guest. Only slightly joking. I would love to have him on the show. You already have so many high horsepower guests. I do not have many high horsepower guests. I have some, and they're very nice for joining me, but nowhere near enough. On your show, so Captain Traore might just make some time for you worth a try. I would love if that was the case. I do not have a huge number of high profile, but I thank you for it. No, for some reason, I am locked out of that. I have to build my house, and damn it, I will build this house one guest at a time, and they would grow as they be on the show. KJ has done extraordinarily well from where he started. Sarah Bills, she's done extraordinarily well from where she started on the show. Alex Craner does very well. Morandi does very well. Mark does very well. Like, you could see the progression. And I got to be honest with you. Mark is the best in the biz. He's the best in the biz. He does not get the credit he deserves. He just doesn't. Like, it's not about being right, I guess. In fact, being right is somewhat inconvenient sometimes. But, you know, I did the radio show for the last 5 years before coming back to this show with this format. Mark was nice enough to give time, despite for the first 2 weeks, it was just a fuckfest. His analysis, going all the way back from the very beginning, has been dead on. And he's been honest enough to point out stuff that he got wrong. He's even been honest enough to be like, yeah, I think the Russian government is lying about this. And that's on a Russian radio station. No, he's fantastic. I mean, just a great guest in general. I'm fortunate that he comes on the show. We're fortunate to have him on a radio station. He's great. Now, I have a few, but Lord knows it's not enough. Yeah, it's not enough. All right. Oh, Mama Thomas, great show, Jamal. Well, thank you, Mama Thomas. Sparky, I mean, high horsepower and intellect. Oh, yes. Yes. Many of the guests are really good. Many of them are really good. And many of them are very bright. Apparently, and this is funny to me, other shows like this have gotten, oh, it sounds brutal, and I don't want to say it that brutally. It's almost like they have taught the audience to just swallow whatever the guest is saying. It's just kind of weird. Like where the person just sits there and asks a question and the guest just says whatever. And then they just ask another question and the guest just says whatever. And it's like, yeah, but what if you disagree? What if you think the guest is full of shit? Like, you know what? They've become so accustomed to that they're just like, hey, man, you shouldn't say anything to your guests. It's like, dude, this channel is named Jamal Thomas. Channel's named Jamal Thomas. Say whatever the hell I want. And in the context of the guests, yeah, if I disagree, I disagree. It's the entire point is prodding, especially if you actually disagree, gets out more, especially for me, because if I'm asking a critical question or if I'm pushing, it's because there's something that I need from that guest because I want to understand myself. It's not just, it's not like Piers Morgan where it's a theatrical show. Like you're bringing on people just to have a train wreck. And in the context of that train wreck, you are, yes, different. Piers Morgan is not on that show to learn, if that makes sense. Piers Morgan is on that show to have a show. I would hope I could do both. And so, yeah, I push back. I prod. I want information. I want to learn whatever we're talking about. Pink Rose, let's see. Yeah, there's no pushback in media anymore. I'm talking about even independent media. I guess it depends on the show. And maybe I'm talking specifically about this genre. Yeah, I don't know. All right. I am going to close this. Oh, somebody said they wanted one more Kayla's. This is rough to watch today. I have had a breakup. I've had a breakup. And it's a breakup. It's not like kind of broke up. In fact, I thought it was already broke up. But there was this want in me to. Have you ever watched Vampire Diaries? In Vampire Diaries, yeah. So in Vampire Diaries, Elena went with, God, I love that show. The originals also. Elena went with Stefan. They had this epic love, this epic love. And in the context of this epic, overwhelming, all-consuming, but very sweet love. It fell apart. I forgot how it fell. Well, there was a lot of stuff that went on with Vampire Diaries, right? The vampires fell apart. But when it fell apart, Stefan cared still after all of it and was able to put all that stuff to the side and be her close friend, like very close friend. We're loved her to death, but as friends. One day, I had this conversation with somebody. And in having this conversation with somebody, I was like, hey, I thought we could be like, Stefan and Elena in Vampire Diaries. She was like, that's a TV show. I say, yes, it is. By the same token, the situation happens. These people were together. These people, and by the way, this is new for me because in normal circumstances, when a relationship is over, I'm done. I'm out. Out. Delete. Don't need the phone number. Don't need any of that stuff. Person is gone. I don't want to know anything about their life. I don't want to know anything. We're out. This one was different. And I was like, okay, I'm going to be a better person as opposed to acting somebody out. And I wanted to remain friends. The problem is that sometimes when you are trying to remain friends, it gets ambiguous. It gets this kind of weird quasi-ambiguity thing where it's like, hey, so you're interested in her? Well, why are you asking me that? Why are you asking me that? Right? It's like, okay, well, we need to figure out what this is. And I think what I was trying to do was force that Stefan and Elena thing. And that shit didn't work. It all falls apart. So, this Kayla's video is a pain in the ass to watch now. She looks way too much. Like, what's her name? In fact, I don't even know where that video is. Okay. I'm not going to play that video. I'm not going to play that video just because I don't have the video up and I don't have the context by which to play it. It's one thing if we were covering the story or if there was something I can joke. It's not really anything I can joke. So I am going to end this. I'm going to call, what is this? A rise for fries. A rise for fries. I love that. Would you invite Jimmy Barbecue Haitian gang leader fighting the Haiti independence from the West? The United States want Haiti to be a vassal state. Oh, that's a tough one. I don't even know how to do that. I do not even know how to do that. How the hell would I do that? How do I reach out to a Haitian gang leader? 2, they call the guy barbecue, which, hashtag reasons. 3, I'm partially joking when I said the first 2, even though partial. I know it's more complicated than that. I had the opportunity to interview a guy who he used to come on to the radio show. And he's Haitian. He's Haitian American, actually. And he gave this breakdown of barbecue and the stuff that was taking place in Haiti that you would never get out of the West. Like you would never get it out of Western media of an explanation of what is taking place. They call it gang warfare, when really it's not really gang warfare. It's almost like a civil war of sorts, you know, with all of the mingling and intruding and intrusions by the US, French, and all this other stuff. Haiti is a mess. And calling it gang warfare is a way of kind of undercutting or minimizing the gravity of what is taking place in regards to this kind of fight that's happening. And then it's like, okay, well, we need to bring troops to help Haiti. And we used to have people on the show say, look, keep your hands off Haiti. But then the next person said, well, wait a minute. I mean, it's fucking on fire, right? Yeah, I don't, that is beyond my wheelhouse. If I could find my guest, God, man, I would love to get him back on to explain that and have a conversation. Under that context, it would be easier to have barbecue on because he would know more about barbecue than I would. Barbecue is going to give me, look, I'll tell you this, under normal circumstances, when people you talk to, they just give you their narrative. This is what's happened from my point of view. Oftentimes it's some parts true, some parts not. I have no way to contradict barbecue in regards to sanitizing whatever that interview is. Maybe some of it should be sanitized, maybe some of it shouldn't be. Having another guest with more knowledge of it, that is being an honest actor in it, will be far easier to interview barbecue in that sense. I hope that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. And I wish I had, what's his name? Oh, what is his name? What is his name? It was such a good interview. Because in the Western media, what you hear is, this guy's named Barbecue, he's a killer, he's a gang leader, he's this, he's that. And then, I could not think of his name. He was a political consultant, but he was Haitian, and he effectively, he understood the context. He understood what was taking place on the ground. And he gave this explanation that was far grayer, far more nuanced, and he wasn't trying to make an argument for or against. It was just kind of like, look, this is what's happening in Haiti. The media is not relaying this. They're relaying something else. But this is the reality of it. This is why it's happening. If something is happening, usually there's a reason why. And his explanation as to why. The why was important in regards to giving context to what was taking place on the ground. I got to be honest, I rise for fries. I don't like to tell my audience members no in regards to an interview or a guest. There's some people who I'm like, hell no. I'm not a hell no on him. I just don't know how to contact him. I don't know how to bring him on. I don't know how to do any of that stuff. Like, I don't know his contact information. I can look him up. But is a gang leader going to have a press agent? If that makes sense. Even if it's a civil war, it's a civil war in Port-au-Prince, not the entirety of the country. I'll look him up. I'll look him up. I will look him up. I will look him up. Michael Sherry, get Joti Bray. I don't know who he is. Who's that? Who's Joti Bray? I don't know who he is. JotibRoi. Is it? No, Bray. Bray. Yeah, Michael, who's that? I don't know who that is. And look, feel free to give me recommendations on guests. Feel free to give me recommendations on topics. I'm open to all of it. You all are a black box to me. You're a black box. I have no idea, ultimately, what you guys want to see. I only give the things that are interesting to me because they're interesting to me, and where else do you go, right? Be true to yourself. It's easier to do a show if you're true to yourself as opposed to just going in some direction that you don't care about. But the fact that you watch would mean on some level that there is crossover. And it may actually be a good guest. It may be an interesting conversation. Let me know. Let me know. You can give it through here, Super Chats. You can give it through my email. However you want to send it, feel free. People send me emails all the time. You're more than welcome. You are more than welcome. And you don't have to apologize when you do it. It's like, hey, I'm sorry to send this here. Dude, you don't have to apologize. My email is at the bottom. You're perfectly fine. All right. I am going to call this a day. I want to thank all of you for joining. What the hell is happening? There we are. I want to thank all of you for joining. I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow. By the way, I have a damn good guest tomorrow. If you remember when I first started the show, I ran into difficulties where I was effectively typing to somebody. So I apparently screwed up the schedule. She was supposed to be on this morning at 7:15. Well, 7:15 a.m. back home. She is a very interesting woman. She is an African that was raised in North Korea, who had a dad that, let's say, had a complicated history. That by itself, like, you could just stop right there, right? And it's like, whoa, what is that like? What is that like? What is it like for a Black kid to be raised in North Korea? She wrote the book. I'm going to bring her on. We're going to have an interview. I'm super curious. I gave her my deepest apologies for screwing up the schedule and prostrated myself, begging for forgiveness. I'm effectively saying, hey, please come back tomorrow if you're available. And she will be back tomorrow at the time she was supposed to be on today. That is going to be a damn good interview. She seems like a super interesting person. So I am going to call this a day. Emil, what is this? You need capitalism regarding small business corporation destroyed capitalism. I gave up one day not working anything live. A religious mind may only know the sacred. What? What? Cherie, what is that? I gave up one day of not working anything live. A religious mind may only know the sacred. That sounds epic. That sounds super epic. That sounds very epic. Bring Ahmad Caballo from Africa Stream to talk about Sudan and Africa in general. He's also Sudanese. Dude, you're a bit late on that one. I'm not against, by the way, bringing him on, but we just had a show about Sudan. Can't just have another show about Sudan just back to back. It's like, we're going to do Sudan every day for a week. But let me take his name down. They took down Africa Stream, right? They tried to say they were working with the Russians. This motherfuckers. Ahmed Caballo. I by the way, I hit Kofi up. Kofi trips me out sometimes. I say, hey, Kofi, what's up, man? He's like, hey, man, I'm doing all right. I was like, can you come on? He says, nah, I'm in the bush right now. It's like, you're in the bush? Yeah, I'm in the bush. It's the funniest thing in the world to me. Sounds so racist, but he's African. He's the one that said it. Get Mike Tyson, please. You're going to love this. I am at a doctor's office. I'm in Malaysia. And they have a movie on, Malaysian movie. Everybody in the movie is Malaysian, except for one guy. Guess who that one guy is? Mike fucking Tyson. Mike Tyson. That one guy was Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson was in one of the movies here. It was so out of the blue. It was just random. It was just out of the blue and random. It was the funniest thing in the world. Zionist motherfuckers like Laura Loomer would be an interesting guest to grill. I don't want to platform these people. Look, man, if you notice, the guests that I typically have on the show that I have conversations with I don't have to agree with them, but I do have to think they're being honest. I hope you get my point. I need to believe on some level that you're an honest actor. There's nothing that infuriates me more than having a conversation with somebody who's full of shit and knows it, but are saying it for various reasons. If you and I, like, for example, if Sarah and I are talking, And her and I disagree. It's an honest disagreement. It's honest. I know she believes what she believes. I believe what I believe. And you are rubbing your intellect together in a way where you're trying to separate wheat from chaff, or trying to prove the other person wrong. It's like Pluto versus Sun. It's like they're going at each other. But it's honest. I can accept honest disagreement. I can accept honest debate in a sense. I know it's not being mean-spirited. I know she's not being an asshole and just making shit up. Same thing with like Mark the other day, when I'm like, Mark, I couldn't disagree with you more. I know Mark fully believes it. And let's be honest, Mark is probably right. He's probably more right than I am. God, I hope I'm right, because I can just play that video forever. Mark, do you remember when you were wrong here and you said I was wrong? But it's honest, right? I cannot stand duplicitous assholes. I can't stand them. Ask Garland about it. Jody Barr, he has a regular show with her. What? Ask Garland about it. He has a regular show with, oh, it's a she. I'm sorry. Okay, fair enough. It confused me. She's a very intelligent analyst of current politics. Her show are great at it, or her shows are great at it. I'll look her up. I'll try to look her up. If she has a show on YouTube, I'll look her up. Does she have a show on YouTube? If she does, I'll look her up. I will look her up. And what is this? Who is this? Who is this? Oh, the first one was Alcock. He is online now, but you can repost the video of the guests you mentioned or bring that guy back. Oh, you mean, what's his name? Yeah, wait, maybe I'm missing something. He's online now, but you can repost that video of the guests you mentioned or bring that guy back. Okay, I'm lost. You've lost me. Erase for press. Let me read the first one. Maybe I'm missing something. Would you invite Jimmy Barbecue's Haitian gang? Oh, I see. He's online, really? Is he? Are you serious? This guy named Barbecue? He's online? That's conspicuous. It's very conspicuous. Not saying it's wrong, just saying it's conspicuous. Unless I'm missing something, harass for fries. He's online, but you can post the video of the guest you mentioned or bring that guy back. Jody Bray. Look, I will look her up. I wrote her name down. I will look her up. I'm always on the lookout for analysts. I'm trying to get Matthew Ho. Is that right? Matthew Ho. Yeah. Just sounds sexist, even though he's a man. But Matthew Ho, he's a very good guest. Oftentimes he's been on Judge Nap. I'm trying to get him on this show. I reached out to him. He responded. And so hopefully he responds to my email. Yeah, guess is always a challenge. That's part of the job I hate the most. It's one thing when you're doing the show. Okay, that's just you doing your show. You've booked up on the stories, historical context, linguistic flair, and you go. Just try not to talk too much in the interview. Interviews are different. There is this thing in my head about asking people for help or asking people for assistance. And I hate it. It's part of the reason why I hate effectively begging for cash. Like, you're busking. You're standing outside with a jukebox and you have a thing on. I hate that stuff. Even though it's just kind of part of the job. You just suck it up. You're not going to like every part of the job. But as for guests, it impinges upon a very specific pressure point because you effectively have to request that somebody comes on your show. In the very beginning, it was worse because you're asking them to come onto a show where they may not get many views. As of late, it's gotten a little bit better because at the very least, it's like, okay, well, you'll get a decent number of views, in which case that is a payment of sorts. And the higher the show gets, the higher payment in the context of views. But it still impinges upon a particular nerve where it's like, oh, I'm asking this person for something, and I don't want to ask this person for something. And then it's like, if they say yes, it's like, okay, are they saying yes as a favor? Are they saying yes because they want to come on? I don't want them to say yes because it's a favor. I want them to say yes because they actually want to come on. Like all of that stuff is like going on in my mind at the exact same time. There's nothing you can do about it. There's no way to know what's in that person's mind. And then sometimes you get weird, or I get weird about it, where you start trying to pry into what's in that person's mind. And they're like, dude, why are you asking me this many questions? Why are you intruding into my headspace? Well, I'm trying to understand. Super sticker, CMC. Thank you, CMC. Thank you, CMC. I appreciate it. All right. It is very late here. It's very late here. So I am going to call this a day. Matthew Ho is a good guy. He is a good guy. He is a good guy. I'm trying to get him to come on to give military analysis of what's taking place in Ukraine on the ground. Because I don't have, that's the other thing I don't have. Mark is really good at giving a battlefield assessment. Mark is the only one I have that gives a battlefield assessment. Many of the other people are not analysts in a battlefield sense. They are they're geopolitical analysts with varying degrees of accuracy, at least in the way that they see the world. Love them to death. Someone might think I'm wrong. But that doesn't matter. It's their point of view. And as a flat fact, I could be wrong in my point of view. So it helps to have people to push against, especially if they say something like, well, wait a minute, why do you think that's the case? And Alex Craner is an interesting one, because Craner would engage your point directly. And he would be very honest about it. Like he would say something, I'm like, Craner, dude, what are you on? Why do you think that? And he would explain it. He would explain very clearly, right? And it's like, never mistake something coherent for true. But he would explain his point. And he would give historical context in the way that he sees it, etc. You make your point. And for the things that he thinks that you got right, he says, look, I get it. You make a good point. He would acknowledge. And he would even say, I could see why you think that. I could see how you got there. And he would engage your point directly. He would disagree with some things and would explain why and agree with others. My audience has a love-hate relationship with him, even though the overwhelming majority love him, especially people who are more favorable to Trump. They would accuse me of Trump derangement. I don't know how you can accuse me of that. I was an honest actor. I gave Trump the benefit of the doubt when he came in. He just failed. There's that. But no, he's a really good guest too. He's an interesting mind in the way that he thinks about that stuff. Even though him and I we often disagree. No, man, I've been fortunate with the guest situation. The guest is always the hardest part. That is the hardest part. You know, some shows that don't go with guests, I don't mind doing a segment every so often, especially if it's a clear thing to say. Like the McGregor video. Okay, that's a clear thing to say. I have a clear point of view that I want to make or espouse. But, oh man. Like Sabby Sabs, she's phenomenal. She has guests every so often, but she would often do segments all the way through. Kim Averson, same thing. She has guests every so often, but she has does her segments all the way through. They're really good. I do segments every now and then when I have a clear thing that I want to hit. All right, I'm running my mouth. I am going, you would need a Haitian, Creole, French interpreter to interview Jimmy Barbecue. That's what I thought. I thought he spoke French. That's what I thought. Keith Alcock. That name is so dirty. It's the funniest thing to be, Keith. Jody. Oh, Brar. B-R-A-R. Jody Brar. Jody Brar will love going on your show. She is AI. She's A1. I'm sorry. Fuck's sake, it's getting late. It must be getting late. She's AI. She's A1. I will look her up. I don't know if she would love to come on my show. You'd be surprised. People often dislike me. PRAR. Judy Brar. Well, I'm not gonna say they dislike me. I just do bad collaborations. Not necessarily a fault of my own. Not necessarily a fault of my own. Like the Sudan interview, learned something new. Quincy, so did I. So did I. I was so enamored by that interview. Like I said, there's some interviews that are conversations where you are creating attention with the guests because it may be something you disagree with or how they're saying it or something like that. That was not one of them. It was just me just, tell me more. Tell me more. I am a vessel to which you can empty the contents of your mind in. No, he was good. He was damn good. By the way, he will be back next week. I hit him up immediately. I said, hey, the audience loved you. Would you come back on? He said, yes. So we are going to grow him. Also, he's fantastic. He's really, really good. Really, really good. Let's see. What is this? I saw something about Jody. I got to be honest with you. I had never heard of her. Jody Brar, B-R-A-R, YouTube channel is Pro ITV. Thank you, Jinho Choi. Thank you for that. It's like I'm using my audience to get information. Jody has a regular live show with Garland. Well, good for both of them. I am happy for both of them. I will reach out to her and see if she'll join, but I make no promises. You're in timeout until you provide proof of your mental competency. What? Appreciate your opinion, but uninformed stands for itself. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, we're having a fight in the audience. All right. So I'm going to take that opportunity to call it a day and sneak out. Guys, you have my deepest appreciation for joining me. You really do. We had a really big show. I think we had up to 1,200, 1,100 or 1,200. Yeah, I'm calling it a day. I have to cut videos. I'm going to say like. I'm going to say share. I'm going to say subscribe. You can always support the content. PayPal, Patreon, Super Chats, Buy Me a Coffee. Don't know if I missed anything. All of those things are at the bottom of the video. So just in case you missed it. Much love to you also, Lay Forward. Thanks for the show. No, thank you for watching, man. Thank you for watching. I can have a show without people watching, but I promise you it's not the same. I've done that. You've had some people who started their show off from like working with other channels. Let's say like they work with a big channel, then they split off, they start doing their own thing, they grow their audience. I started from zero. I had nobody. I was screaming into the void. But we're at what, 67,200? We're on our way to 80,000. I'm sorry, 70. Yeah, we're on our way to 70,000. That is 40,000 since I just started. That's not bad. Wish it was faster, but it's not bad. All right. I gotta be honest, I'm lying. That's not fast enough. I gotta be honest. You all have a fantastic day. Well, I know who Garland is. I don't know who Jody is. Why can't you believe that? Why is that shocking to you, Cherie? Why is that shocking? Garland, I know. Yeah, obviously I know Garland. But Jody, why would I know her? Why would I know her? Why is that shocking? Rachel Blevins doesn't want to be on my show. I've asked. I've asked. You guys always bring that up. And I always say the same thing. She has no interest. All right. And by the way, there's no fault in that. I'm just saying, there's zero fault in that. There are people who would ask, and I would not go on their show either. So Fair game, right? You all have a fantastic day or night, depending upon where you are. You know, Troy, you're in Australia, so it's what, 12 for you? Like 12:30? All right, be safe. Blevins is mid. Oh, don't say that. She's good. She's a great cat. I mean, she does great work. She does good work. She does. She was used to work at the network. Very engaging, very bright, very kind. Everybody that I've ever known her, or everyone that I know that has known her, has always said she's very nice, very kind, and she does good work. So no complaints. 12:49 a.m. Yep. I would love to have John Helmer, AA. I would love to have John Helmer. Love to have John Helmer. 1800 in Moscow. Yes. What is 6 hours behind me? 6 hours behind. Yeah. Yeah. I would love to have John Helmer. I will send him an email, even though I have zero confidence that he's going to tell me yes. I'm just going to send it anyway. Say, fuck it. All right. If you guys have any more ideas, send my email. Go from there. Alistair Crook. I would love that, Alistair Crook. He's so good. He's so good. He's so good. He's so good. Like, Alistair Crook makes Judge Knapp worth watching. And this is not a slight at Judge Knapp. I'm just saying he's one of those guests where diplomat, knows his stuff. He's British, so he has an accent where you, as an American, you're just kind of hooked into. Yeah, he's good. He's just so good. What is this piece? Helmer is the one with Dancing with Bears, I think. Crook has another Substack page. I can't think of the name of it, but it comes to my email box. He's very good. He is very good. You need to work in your material. It's below subpar. Jesus Christ. Judge Napolitano likes men intellectuals. Well, he has Karen, what is it, Kowalski, I believe the name? Karen Kowalski, or whatever her name is. He's seen PragerU. I don't know PragerU. I don't know who Steve Jimmy is. Was it their loss? And mine. And mine. Crook, Alistair Crook and Helmer. Oh, they're fantastic. They're fantastic. They're just great guests. They are just great, great guests. No, that's my loss. But can't bitch about what you don't have, right? Rachel appears on Galloway's show. Congratulations for Rachel, I suppose. Congratulations for Rachel. I don't know how that affects me. Alistair Crook appears on Chris Hedges. Again, Sheree, I don't quite know how that affects me. See, I always see Alistair Crook on Judge Knapp. Judge Knapp needs to diversify his guests. Same old guests. Yeah, I'm not going to slight Judge Knapp. Yes, but I'm not going to slight Judge Knapp. I mean, Knapp was one of the people, he was one of the few people when the Russian-Ukraine war was taking place that he was more honest. He was getting it more right. Like you had the entire cacophony of Western media putting out nonsense. And to be honest, that may be why his show blew up the way it did. Yes, it's Judge Knapp, but also people were looking for that alternate point of view that Western media wasn't necessarily giving them. And he blew up. And he had a damn good show. I mean, Alistair Crook, Helmer, what is the other guy? Oh, what is the other guy? He's another diplomat. I can't think of his name. But there are like 3 or 4 people that he has that are just phenomenal. Even Larry Johnson is good. Even Larry Johnson is really good. So no, Judge Knapp is really, really good guest. He does great work. selling the gold and crypto. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. He was like, when the government falls, buy my crypto, buy gold, it'll go up. Katie Happer, I think I've reached out to Katie Happer years ago, but I'm not pressed. Not a slight. Again, not a slight. I'm just saying I have plenty of guests that deal with her subject matter, so it's repetitive. Nima on Crook did much better interview, leaving Crook to talk in a longer format, in my honest opinion. Well, yeah, because Nap is, I think with Nemo may do, like an hour? With Judge Nap, it's like 30-minute blocks. And so, there's specific things that he's trying to get to over the course of the time frame, where Nima has more room to let him expand. And yeah, there's some guests that you want to just kind of expand. Mark, you want him to expand. What is his name? The African guest that I had, you want him to expand. KJ, you want him to expand. Like, there's certain people you just let them marinate and let them, give them room. Give them room. There's this artist, Aurora. If I am ever married, have you ever heard people have a list? It's like you and your partner agree on the list. And it's like, if the stars align and Jason Moore comes out the bathroom and I'm walking by and Jason Moore is down, and I'm talking like, if this is your wife, you got to be okay with that. And it's like, okay, if you get Jason Moore, I get so-and-so. And you have a list of about 5 people who, if the stars align, whatever that 0.2% chance, it is fair game. you have that. It's all you. There are certain people that just plug into you. It's in this kind of weird way where it hooks in. She's definitely one. But when she has this thing, right? She's this Norwegian? I don't know where. When she like is doing like her thing, music, you gotta have to give her space. It's like, because she's gonna be all flailing and shit like that. She's all over the place. She does well. I'm saying many of the guests are kind of like that. And I suppose Alistair Crook is that way. You have to give him this kind of stream of consciousness and let him do his thing. It's really good. He is damn good. Kayla is long and she doesn't talk. Oh, that's so wrong. That's so wrong. That's so wrong. That is so wrong. Its periodic complex is actually an inferiority complex. A narcissist always, where is it? A narcissist always want to come out of top no matter what game that, yeah, true, agreed. I hope you're talking about Trump. Jamal, I love you, all kidding aside. Sheree, what are you talking about, Sheree? You were putting a knife in me? You're putting a knife in me, Sheree, and I didn't see it. It's okay, I'm a grown man. I can take it. All right. Nima is always courteous to all of his interviews. Sheree, I am always courteous in all of my interviews. Always courteous. Every last interview, I'm courteous. That doesn't mean I have to agree with you. Doesn't mean I have to agree with you. Doesn't mean I have to agree with you. And what's the point in having another show where you just sit down and let the person just blab the whole time? Right? Why is that interesting? Why is it interesting? No. It shows a conversation. I'm learning from my guests. And I am, well, obviously verbose, but prodding. And yes, I can disagree in a heartbeat. I can disagree in a heartbeat. That's my right. That's my right. It is indeed my right. Nap is a mainstream TV, out of time, out of habit. Yes, it shows are very good, but would be better in a longer format. Maybe. I mean, keep in mind, Judge Nap is what, at like 300,000-400,000 at this point? Whatever he's done has worked. Do you really screwed the sauce. If all of these people are coming in buying suit at the Seinfeld thing, do you screw with the sauce? Yeah, I don't think I was screwed with the sauce. He's doing good. He is doing good. You're always kind of really. Thank you, Cherie. Thank you. Even when I disagree, I'm not being a dick about disagreeing. You've never seen me in a bad argument on my show. On the radio show, you have. On my show, no. I got into a fight with one guy where we were just going at it. And he's like, if you say another thing that I'm leaving, I was like, well, I guess you're leaving. Bye. The interview was over within like 10 minutes. Kim Iverson and I have been in brutal arguments. Oh God, her and I have been in brutal arguments, especially over COVID. Yeah, those things bring back nightmares. Because at the network, in the middle of COVID, of course, you had people who were dissenting. Kim was one of those people, and she was hardcore. She is hardcore, man. Very bright. Can formulate an argument extraordinarily well. And her and I fight like cats and dogs in general. I don't know why, we just do. It's never mean spirited. COVID once kind of was. Like I don't think I had turned to her to say, let the weak die off. I don't think I ever said that to her. I have said that to somebody in one of my arguments. So let the weak die off, right? You just want all of these people to die. But no, man, that was brutal. But I've never done that on this show. Never done that on this show. You have no issue kicking off guests if necessary. It's your damn show after all. Yes, but I don't want to have to do that. Like, a person was nice enough to come on the show to have an interview with me. All right. Now, keep in mind, I've postulated. The guests that I bring on are usually more honest. They're not. I will tell you something about radio and TV that's different, I guess, than this show, at least. I don't know about the other shows. In radio and TV, as you would know, you have partisans. Those people are avatars of a particular point of view. I don't know if those people have a mind of their own. Maybe they believe what they're talking about, maybe they don't. But they are giving a point of view. Somebody else comes on. And because this person is being so much of a hard ass and giving their point of view, and nuance is not entirely part of it, then the other person has to be a hard ass and give their point of view, and nuance is not going to be a part of it. And they go at each other. And it's like, okay, you fucking idiots. But it drives the behavior. You're on TV. You're at the big time. You want to be invited back on TV. And because you want to be invited back on TV, you take your avatar of a particular side. That is network TV. And on some level, that's even radio. When you're watching CNN, that's effectively what you're watching. These people with these hardcore sides without much nuance built into it. Malik was cool people because when he was on the radio show, I think at some point Malik realized, oh, this guy's not going to be a dick to me. This guy's not going to be a partisan hack. He's not going to reflexively take a side. He'll be straight with me. And in the context of being straight with him, he was more straight with me. It doesn't mean that he's not going to trend further to the right. But it also means that he's going to be more, at least when there's not another Republican on. He's an asshole when there's another Republican on. At which point I become a bit of a dick. But in a normal situation, in a normal conversation, if you see him on CNN, he is a hardcore partisan. If you see him on a radio show, he's a guy. Yeah, it's different. It's different. Political science is persuasive. It's a pseudoscience. Is it? Is it? I mean, it depends on it's a soft science, but is it pseudo? Like, I'll give you an example. Let's say that as a scientist, I was curious on whether people had psychic perceptions. And I say, okay, how do I test this? And I go about finding a method where I would have people to try to discern the number of chocolates in a box. I don't know. And based on the percentage, I could calculate what the actual percentage should be. So the percentage should be, let's say, 4%. So if a person gets 10%, even though it sounds minor, that person is actually overperformed on that test. And if the person can continuously get 10%, where the other people are hitting 3, 4, 2, etc., basically averaging out to that number, then is that not showing function? Now you could say, well, okay, well it's science. Yeah, obviously you're having tests, you're doing studies, you're reproducing the results of the studies, all of that stuff. But it's very it's mind stuff, right? Can you do the same thing with human beings? You have 10 people in a room. You have one control with those 10 people. And in the context of the one control, that one control doesn't know he's a control. So you would hold up a sign, it would be a circle. Everybody in the room says square, or they may say rectangle. The one guy who's the control, what does he say? 30% of the time, he is going to go with the group. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I think it's like 30%. It's either 30 or 60%. He's just going to go with the group. He's not going to say that's a circle, even though he knows it's a circle. Everything in him knows it's a circle. He's going to say square. The crowd and the pressure of the crowd. And this idea that, okay, maybe the group knows something I don't, is going to influence the way that he thinks about it. What if you do that test 100 times? And out of 100 times, you come up with, let's say, like 30%. Okay, then you have this really great test for propaganda in regards to society and how you can use and leverage this kind of repetition of speech, this kind of crowd mindset in order to influence the behavior of people who may know better, but you may get a 30% that would still agree with you, even though they know better because of the crowd effect. That would be political science. That's still science, even though it's fuzzy, it's soft. You're dealing with people at that point. I don't know, I disagree with you. I think political science is science, even though it's not physics. It's not, E equals MC squared. It's not 9.8 meters per second square. It's not that. But people are just elements of nature. The mind is nebulously in that somewhere. Why can't it be studied? Political science does not require a high level of math courses. So what? So what? So what? And by the way, I even disagree with you on that. That thing that I propose, that example that I propose, you'll still need statistics. You would need some ability to correlate information. Like, meaning, just because I think you're equating math and science as if those things are one-to-one and one immediately needs the other. What if that's not true? What if that's just your point of view? Just saying. I mean, SRI Institute, I'll tell you this. The Soviet Union was involved in psychic research, heavy in it. The United States government finds out, and it's like, okay, these commies are out of their fucking minds, but let's test it. Let's test it. We can't allow them to get an advantage in this if there's anything to it at all. So we need to test it for ourselves. We ended up getting psychic Ingleswan in the test case. Ingleswan was a phenomena. Ingleswan wasn't even the strongest that they had, even though he's probably the most well-known in regards to the SRI Institute. The US government had that remote viewing program for 20 years. People like Joe McMoneagle, still alive. One of the premises of remote viewing, to make it remote viewing, is confirmation at the end. So none of this, oh, I think your Uncle Johnny says so-and-so. It's not that. they did scientific protocols in order to turn off aspects of the mind while allowing the reception of the signal from the noise, and was able to show consistent results. Now, does it require math? Some level, because you have to demonstrate that the person was actually hitting the target. And you have to demonstrate it with more than just, well, hey, this looks okay. It has to be something more consistent than that, in which case they use math in order to make that determination, especially when they're turning it into other departments and everything else. Does it require super high level math and physics and stuff? Probably not. I hope you get my point. Just because it's still science. It's still them doing studies. And just like anything else, the mind, it's not like it's somewhere else. Human beings are just elements of nature. We're mechanical beings. So, yes, but we don't see that in the EU, UK, or USA. Okay, I don't know the conversation. All right, I am talking about psychic stuff. It's fascinating to me. It's reproducible. Anybody can do it. But I'm going to call it a day. Statistics. Yeah, statistics. You need statistics, right? What are the chances of you hitting this? I give you an example. I went through a period, I think I've said it before, I went through a new agey period in my life, a heavy new agey period. And for me, it wasn't enough to read it. I needed to know it. And to know it, you know it through experience. So any of the stuff that I would come across, if there was a potential to do it and to see whether it was true, in fact, I would. Remote viewing, OBs, spirit guides, whatever the hell it ended up being, all of that stuff was fair game to me. The remote viewing thing was interesting. One of the targets, in remote viewing, you don't know what it is. You just know a number. So they may say 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 8. And there's a corresponding picture or thought or target associated with it, but you don't know what it is. It's like an envelope somewhere else. It could be anywhere. The number's not even relevant. It's just that it's just something to associate with the picture and the image. And I remember doing the target, and I make contact with the target. Like there are times where you know you're hitting the target, even though you don't know what the target is. And you're not even trying to know what the target is. You're trying to write down details of the target. The person who analyzes the information after the fact is the one who's like, okay, this is what the target was, and we're trying to blah, blah, blah. And I remember I kept thinking, this feels like a war zone. I had this image or this thought, I'm never going to see my wife and kids again. There was like chaos. I don't remember what I drew for the thing, but it was like all of this sense data, almost like sensory data, where you're not seeing, but it's almost like knowing. That's very, I know that's very dubious. If you do it, it makes more sense. People are different. Some people may see. And it ended up being Chernobyl. Your brain, in that case, is like, this feels like a war zone. It's not a war zone. Might as well have been, considering what the fuck was taking place. You would need somebody to analyze it in a particular way. That's still a scientific process that even developed that process in the first place, where they were doing, repeatability and all that other stuff. That's fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. All right, let's call it a day. You all have a fantastic day. It's late. Be safe, be kind, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Yeah, be safe all. Thanks.